Hello everybody and welcome to the ESL Challenger League. The European division is about to kick off with its second day of its second phase of the group stage, and we are very excited to bring you the match of the day here on the mainstream. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual. Yesterday's proceedings were just as epic as what I hope as today will be.
You'd have to imagine so, right? That game that we had yesterday was an absolute banger, and it's a perfect opportunity to look at that team yesterday of the French, of Looking4Org, and see them again.
You know, we're following on in their semi-final run throughout the course of their upper bracket today, and in general as well. All the teams involved have got a lot to play for as this new format is going to be testing for everybody. Again, we went over it yesterday, but we'll brief you again today at exactly what we've got coming for you. We've just been through group stage number 1, which was the round robin, 6 teams per group. Everyone progresses into their respective seedings into the second group stage, where everyone from the high group will be set for the playoffs. The question is, where are they going to end up?
Well, you can just look at this game as a prime example and say, okay, 1 win under your belt. There's 2 ways that you can go. Win again, you go straight to that upper round of 4, or lose that game and you go to the round of 8. So there's a lot of importance in the majority of these games, whether you've got the playoffs or not. If you can get further in that upper bracket, it's going to make your goal of trying to qualify to Pro League easier.
And everyone who won in yesterday's opening matchups in the high group will be set and ready for those 1 to 2 spots that will be available in the upper semi-finals in the playoff bracket. Those are 4 teams that will be on stream over the course of today as well on both of our streams, so we'll keep you up to date as to how that all goes down. Elsewhere, of course, in the mid group, they are playing to try and survive in ECL. Similar story for the low group as well, but a lot of those teams are going to be relegated, Dweg, so squeaky bum time, as we say in the UK, for those guys.
And look, it's still an opportunity to make playoffs, even though some of the teams in the mid-group, the majority of them are only going to stay in ECL for next season. There's still a chance to progress. And when you look at the teams that are here in Group D, it's not easy to place first and second. We had to see some upsets. We had to see teams really pull away from the rest of the pack to secure that sort of at least top 2, sometimes even the top 4 position.
And we went over a little bit about the results, of course, from the first stages of the groups. These were the first stage groups that we got to saw, and of course, teams like Monty and Apex and Spirit and Nine, they all came out on top of their respective positions, being the higher seeds of the high group as well. So you can see how the journeys have looked roughly so far.
Yeah, and just, again, you know the idea that you go from stage to stage. It's an opportunity to go from a round-robin best of 3 into what is a little bit more clear-cut and a little bit more obvious that it's a couple of games, win them, straight into the playoffs. You pretty much go there immediately.
And again, you can see these are the second of the couple of games that you will be looking at for Looking4Org, Nine, Spirit, and Apex. These are the 4 teams that will be biting for the semi-final direct spots as a respective. Of course, the victors of those matches will be going to those positions, and of course, the losers will be down to play in the upper bracket quarterfinals. We've also got Monty Sinners and Space also down in the lower bracket. Space already making it through to the playoffs themselves because of 1 win's forfeiture in this tournament as well, so they won't be playing. Monty and Sinners will be battling back, especially for Monty, who of course got upset yesterday.
Yeah, and the last thing they want is to go out without even a single win and not, it's kind of found themselves in a very uncomfortable position where you lose to the French and then lose to the Czechs as well. I look at that game for Spirit and Apex, and I kind of look at that one. Both teams in the past have had tastes of Tier 1. I think getting a good placement deeper into the playoffs is going to be key to try and make that run happen deep.
And that match is, of course, being streamed on the B stream, of course. But for now, looking on to the mid-group of things, this is where, again, only a couple of spots will be available in the playoffs overall, and these are the teams that will be trying to crack into the lower bracket of them. And there's some names that you will be able to recognize. Forza and Saw doing well on day 1.
And I said it in the show yesterday that I look at Aurora as being one of the favorites to go on and qualify. They're already down in the lower bracket, which obviously they've made some changes themselves. Deco's coming into the roster. Hooch has just signed as their new head coach, but that's a surprise to drop to eyeballers. So I'll be keeping an eye on that mid-group to actually see who are the upsetting teams that go all the way to qual.
And it's going to have to be a straight run from Aurora if they are going to prove themselves as true favourites of this particular group. Other CIS teams like Forza, of course, will be also getting their chance to make their way forward. They beat out Movistar Riders, who also didn't have the best of days yesterday.
No, and I think, again, the online track record without the in-game leader of Alex, things just get worse and worse for them. So an opportunity for them to have a little bit of a lower bracket run. And Petra, I mean, they were an outsider kind of team in the groups. Not a lot of people looked at them as having an opportunity of getting wins under their belt against the higher-end Tier 2 competition, but they seem to keep on kicking and keep on winning.
Again, those are all the mid-group matches, and several matches are going on all at the same time. And for us today, we will be focusing entirely on that high group across both of our main streams. Today, of course, House on the A stream, we're taking a look at Looking4Org and Nine. Over on the B stream, it's Apex versus Spirit. And I have to say, these 2 matches are probably the ones you want to watch out for the most.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of importance. Obviously, you've got 4 teams here that do play at a high level of Tier 2. I think for Spirit, they have just been winning event after event. They've constantly been getting into grand finals. They're getting closer and closer to the Tier 1 taste that we know that they've had previously with this new and young roster with a brand new sort of direction. So I think that game up against Apex that proved quite a lot in previous IEM events and on LAN at the Tier 1 level, I think all teams today have a lot to prove and a lot on offer if they're able to win.
A lot to prove for 9 as well. I guess we can start zoning in a bit more on this match specifically, because these guys have been in a bit of the ringer for the last few weeks. Obviously, the news, for those of you that might have missed it, although I doubt many of you have, is that they've actually decided they're going to go ahead and bench their IGL Minio. So Norot is standing in as coach, outside of the coach position in the server directly today. So we've got a very weird situation for 9, because that doesn't usually indicate positive vibes.
I would say it's the most incomplete 9 we've seen so far this year. You think about the position that Hades found himself in joining in January, and then Minio out in November. That's 2 player changes in pretty much an entire year. I don't know what to think about this from 9. I mean, benching an IGL, things have been tough, I think, for 9 recently. They obviously realized that a change was required, but that's not going to make the recent day easy, is it? I mean, playing with a coach as a stand-in without bringing a 5th forward immediately, it's going to make the next few officials for the next week or however long it takes until they can bring a new 5th into the roster quite difficult for the Poles.
Yeah, over the course of the year, 9 have had a real big struggle when it comes to maintaining the form that they had hit, the big peak that they had when it came to going towards the major, winning out that RMR in Paris, right? Like, that was a really breakout moment for these guys, and since that point, it really hasn't been all that special. So to say that they've been kind of justifying like some of the changes necessary is understandable in terms of concept, but I do think that you did need to find a backup IGL before you ended up kicking Minio out, because I have a bad feeling that 9, as they go, it's going to become much more difficult for them to take on some of the high-end Tier 2 teams. We have seen a couple of matches from them with Norot standing in, but they haven't exactly been the most stellar of competition, Dwayne.
No, they played 1 win, pretty much dispatched of them pretty easily of their last game in the group, and then they played Sinners yesterday, which was a pretty clean affair. So you are right about that. I mean, at least for Norot, he has experience. He's played with these guys previously. He was an ex-pro, and he was an IGL. So I'm under the assumption that he's going to be calling for these guys. He knows them inside and out. He's been coaching with this team for over a year now. That still doesn't make it the best situation. The best situation is having an in-game leader ready for the team to come here, to be there in the officials as their 5th player. And then you think to yourself, well, Norot is the coach. You've got Ponchek as the analyst. Does he maybe start transitioning at least now into a little bit more of a coaching role? And then Norot moves into the playing role. There's a lot of question marks right now.
Yeah, I'd say that situation definitely is something to sort of focus on, and I think that probably makes the most amount of sense, I think, when you put the coach into the server and the analyst comes in to do the rest of the coaching. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether that dynamic will actually end up positively affecting 9. However, I do have my doubts. As for Looking4Org, they have been on a tear the last couple of months here.
Yeah, they really have. They've been incredibly impressive, and I don't know what to say other than well done, and it looks successful. It's really felt like they've used this motivation with CS2 coming out as a full 5 roster that hasn't made changes for over 6 months now, to take it by the helm, to get into the pracs early, to get onto the server, to get officials under their belt, and it seems like everyone is pulling their weight. The Riflers are doing a really good job. Haji's turning into more of a star player, and for Looking4Org, this is the best form that we've seen from them in a while.
Indeed it is. I think yesterday's matchup against Monty really proved the point, right? Like, we had Monty as the heavy favourites in that contest, one of the top 10 teams in the world, and meanwhile, number 44 in Looking4Org, not exactly the best place to be when you want to take an underdog upset, and that's what they were able to pull off. Even when they were on the back foot, it felt so confident and competent there from the Frenchmen. So I'm encouraged to see exactly how this is going to develop from here on out. Like, where do you see this Looking4Org team going from here?
I think it's only got to be up. I mean, they've just qualified for ESL Challenger League. I think realistically, looking at the field of teams that they have in this competition, a lot of people's eyes will be on teams like Monty and maybe Spirit as the go-to teams that are going to qualify to EPL. I look at it now and think, well, if Looking4Org can beat a team like Monty, maybe they're in the conversation where they're not looking to make a top 6 or a top 4. They're here and their goal is to go all the way to qualify.
Well, again, as I said yesterday, if they can keep showing up that level of performance against teams like Monty and beyond, then there's a good shot that they could win the whole thing. It's very early at the moment in terms of the season overall, but if they take a victory right here, that's one extra step off the ladder. No need to go to the quarters, no need to go to the lower brackets, straight into the semis, and that is what Looking4Org could achieve. They've achieved victory over the 9 side in the past as well. They have the one-up in maps and series. Do they walk into this match as favourites with all things considered?
For the Looking4Org side, I think you have to consider them not only favourites in terms of recent form, in terms of trajectory and recent accomplishments in tournament placings and series victories, but also the fact that these guys are a full roster. 9, this is going to be their 3rd official with Narot, like you mentioned, as a stand-in without an in-game leader and with their coach playing.
And their first time taking on Looking4Org without Nora, also with Nora, I should say, in the server. First time without their main IGL. So I wonder how things will be affected when it comes to the starting nature of this. Matt Veto's Dwayne, what are we expecting?
Well, we know that Mirage will get banned out from Looking4Org. We know that 9 will get rid of Inferno. I think, realistically, for Looking4Org, we're probably expecting an Anubis pick. And for 9, I think maybe an Overpass is probably the way that they go. And we get like a Vertigo or a Nuke as a decider.
Well, Anubis will be the remaining map at the very end of things. There's Ancient picked in by Looking4Org and Nuke decided by 9. So not quite the standard maps that you were predicting here, Dwayne. Talk me through the motivations behind these two.
Yeah, well, the Ancient one's an intriguing one. Obviously, we know there's a massive track record of wins for the Looking4Org side on Ancient, but they don't actually pick it a massive amount. It's normally always been floated as that 3rd map decider. You even look at the performance they put up against Monty on Ancient yesterday. They were down 0-9. Yes, they came back and won the whole thing, but to use that as a map pick is a little bit of a surprise. The Nuke pick as well. This is only the 2nd time since CS2's come out in the officials that 9 have played in best of 3 history, which Nuke has been picked. So that's a little bit of a curveball as well. And then Anubis as a finale. Yes, 9 have got a pretty good winning streak on Anubis. I think Looking4Org are a pretty good Anubis team. So I think both teams will be fairly happy that Anubis has come in at the end there.
I think that 9 have some sort of like trick up their sleeve when it comes to picking into this Nuke, right? Because you mentioned the 2 results that they have on record. They were both in the Challenger League before, and they were both against the 1 win and the Sinners side, the 2 teams that were able to dispatch to get to this point today. The 2 matches which they had Norot standing in. So is there any sort of chemistry there in that map? Is there any sort of like something in those previous results which gives you a bit of encouragement for 9?
I mean, obviously, right? I think the one thing you probably look at, actually, now thinking about it from at least 9's perspective, is even if Overpass is normally your go-to, if you've played 2 games, which is 4 maps with Narot and 2 of them are Nuke, you probably want to go towards Nuke, right? Because at least he's going to be comfortable in it. He hasn't played an Overpass yet. So I can see why 9's gone that direction. The only concern is obviously look at what happened with that series of Looking4Org versus Monty. Now, yes, it was a map pick that came through from the French, and it was a loss. We both said at the time, if a few rounds go differently, 1 or 2 rounds go differently, that's probably a 2-0, and Nuke gets taken. So there is a risk going into Nuke here for 9.
And that's to add on as well the several maps wins that they've got against the likes of Spirit, for example, who are a very capable team, right? Like, that's something you want to look at and say that that's a risk in terms of Looking4Org's perspective, for 9's perspective, going into a map that Looking4Org have taken down some very strong teams on in the past. Ancient, however, will be the opening map of this series. Looking4Org did pick it, and you can understand why. Very high win rates for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've played it 10 times since CS2 has come out. They took a loss, and then they took 9 wins in a row, and that hasn't stopped. And I think even in that game against Monty yesterday, it looked like it was them going to take their first loss. Down 0-9 on the T side. Things got really difficult, but they believed, and they dug incredibly deep. And in the end, they come out victorious. So they probably look at that second half performance, that CT side that they were able to put onto the table and say, look, if we can deliver that CT side against 9, then we're in here to look for a 2-0. We're going to try and see if we can go even better than we did against Monty.
And you remember as well, for that that Ancient rather, yesterday, when they were playing up against Monty, they were playing from the back foot pretty much from the word go, right? There was that 9-0 start that Monty created, and then we switch over to the CT side with a few good rounds on the T half there from Looking4Org, and then they turned in the comeback. Then they showed exactly how well they can do when playing from those disadvantaged positions. And if they get in a similar situation today, then this is where they could really thrive. I can understand why they picked into this map up, because I think the key thing that yesterday proved about this map for Looking4Org is that it's not over until it's absolutely over.
It is. I wouldn't say that they'll thrive in a similar position because, again, you look at that game against Monty, it went 13-11, and we had, what, a 5v3 and a 5v2 round for Monty in the second half, which they couldn't close. They closed one of those rounds with either in overtime or in the victory. I think Looking4Org will look at that ancient performance and say, yeah, we did very well on the CT side, and we obviously brought a very good comeback forward, but they've got to show us more on T side. And I think it has to be said that Monty are a much tougher opponent than Nine, so they might even feel themselves that they'll have a little bit more breathing room. They'll have a little bit more freedom and more success on that T side than what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think if you've taken a victory over Monty in any capacity, then you'd be looking at those strong suits and saying they'll be stronger against anybody else in the league. And certainly with Nine being a weakened squad, that applies to double. So I imagine that from the mentality perspective, Looking4Org must be coming into this match very confident, right?
Yeah, they've got to be. And this is a team, again, you look at their group stage run, they didn't get tested by very many teams at all. Yes, they lost to Spirit, but one thing that I've also noticed in a few of the losses for Looking4Org recently is it is CIS teams that they've lost to. They've won 13 out of the past 15 best of threes. The 2 losses were against Spirit and against 1 win. Now, obviously, 9 are a Polish squad, so it might be that as we get further on into the bracket and further on towards the heights of Tier 2, there might be some concerns for Looking4Org against CIS teams, but for everybody else, they're getting wins.
Yeah, I think that's one of the just a really awesome thing to see, right? The whole like CS2 switch, people were wondering who was going to come out on top, and right now Looking4Org are the team that are dominating the Tier 2 scene outside of, those few results, and Nine seem like they're going to be a decent fodder for them if they can secure this in a confident fashion. Which again, I don't doubt. I look at those first couple of maps and I wonder how much is going to be replicated in terms of what they were able to do in the past on the Nine side, because the last head-to-head series back in Global Offensive was a victory for Nine. I highly doubt that's going to be replicated here today.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think for the Nine side, they have to look at this entire late portion of the year to try and get as much success as possible before they could probably come into the new year with a new 5th and a new IGL, or even if they decide that maybe one of the players on the lineup is going to pick up that leadership and that captaincy. That's obviously something in the future. You have a look at where Nine are right now. I mean, they probably should have been at IEM Sydney. You look at that closed qualifier run they had. They nearly beat the likes of Apex. I think a few rounds were difference for them into an overtime loss rather than an overtime win. They ended up going into that lower bracket where they lost out to BetBoom. And it just feels like for Nine, the last couple of months, even before the roster change, they've been so close to making that qualification happen, so close to having that next step. And I look at this entire situation going up against a tough team like Looking4Org, and from Nine's perspective, they have to win the game.
I mean, that does justify the idea of a roster move. I mean, you take a look at the results they've had in recent times, and obviously the Tier 1 events, they've been going out in last place of Pro League, lost out to Lin Vision famously. Gamers 8, similar story. That the Blast Showdown, that wasn't very good at all. Rubek Cup, that was elimination during the group stage as well. So a lot of low placings when it comes to Tier 1 events, which, look, for a Tier 2 team, I guess you can give them a pass on that. It's when you look at things like Thunderpick, for example. They weren't making playoffs in those qualifying events, and obviously they didn't make it to the finals either. The CCTs that they've been playing, not exactly great results when you consider that they're probably one of the best teams in the field when it comes to those particular cups. The only real good result was Rest West, which was where they were able to beat Looking4Org and make that championship in the end. But outside of that, there really has not been a lot of success for Nine recently.
No, there hasn't, and I think, again, you look at even their group stage that they've had here in ECL, they were tested by ICLA, one of the teams that struggled in the group. They were tested by Betra, losing a map pick of the opposition very convincingly, very one-sided. Against Orcs, one of those maps was fairly close. Against Movistar Riders, their map pick went into overtime, but yet they only got 4 rounds on map 1, which is actually ancient, which we're going to obviously see in this best-of-3 series. Yes, you've got the win against 1 win, and you've got the win against Sinners, but even that sample size, that's with Narot in the team. Yes, it's 2 back-to-back 2-0s, but I think it's still so early to judge what this Nine's going to be like with Narot on the team. This is without a doubt from 1 win Sinners, and now for Looking4Org, the toughest matchup that they're going to face so far.
Well, with the Narot now being in team, obviously a lot of the onus in terms of firepower has got to shift to the other players, because as much as you can talk about him being a great ex-pro, it must have been a very long time since we've seen, outside of this little stint with Nine, that we've seen him play proper competition. So in terms of the players that need to step up in individual form, who are the guys you're looking at the most on Nine?
Well, I think you look at that game yesterday, and Goofy had a very good game. Obviously, a very consistent rifle. I think you always look at that rifle pack of your Goofy, Kai, and Kyler, that in between the three of them, that they can bring quite a bit of stability and quite a bit of consistency as well. And then it's got to be Hades with the AWP. I think we've definitely found that AWPers in CS2 aren't bringing the same level of impact that AWPers are bringing in CSGO. I think we noticed that from Maka in that game yesterday, right? I don't think he had the best of games. It was more so guys like Lucky and guys like Haji that were actually bringing a little bit more. So I think as time shifts on, we're probably going to start looking more at riflers than AWPers.
I mean, that certainly seems to be the way that the meta is just shifting, right? Some of the best AWPers in the world right now are not exactly having the best of times in CS2, but we're about to jump in, Dwayne, so I'm going to ask you for your prediction. Who are you signing? What's the series going to be like?
2-0 for Looking4Org for me today.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go 2-1 at least. I'm going to give 9 at least the benefit of the doubt for one particular map. However, it's not going to be an easy affair. Looking4Org are the favorites in this context, but they're not ready to get this one started. Looks like we're going to have a very early tech pause, which does give us a little bit more time to discuss it in a bit more detail, because for Looking4Org, you did mention Lucky and Haji, and they were the top performers in the scoreboard in yesterday's proceedings, but we still had great individual moments from everybody on the team.
Yeah, obviously one thing that you're going to see from Looking4Org is Jocko's a very stable entry fragger, both in rifle rounds and on ecos, creating space, being that front runner. I think Exercise is a very disciplined anchor player. We're starting to get more familiar with him in Tier 2. When he first joined up with these guys, even back as Double Pony, we didn't know much about him. We hadn't seen him at that kind of level, but he's proved that he can hang, and he's proved that he's been here for the last couple of years. And I think for Looking4Org, another thing that's probably helped gain this success in CS2, Jay, is that they don't have many youngsters on the team. These guys have played at high levels of Tier 2, some of which have even played at Tier 1 in the past, like guys like Lucky. And I think it's showing that the veterancy and the understanding of the grinding mentality and how important it is to be at the top, that's something that they've brought.
Yeah, I think that I kind of, it's always kind of weird to me, like, you see a Tier 2 team that doesn't have a lot of youngsters, because that typically is where a lot of the careers are really born. You see some very flashy players who individually step up and can carry a team, whereas I don't think that's the case for Looking4Org. And I guess that does give them credence to extended success, right? Because there's some teams you see come up and do extremely well for a small period of time, and then they have to dip back, or they fall apart, or someone gets poached, and then the team has got to rebuild from square one, essentially, versus Looking4Org, who haven't really needed to make any of those changes because they've been very, very consistent. So we'll find out whether that consistency will carry on here. They've been consistent over CS2, and now they have to be consistent against 9 here in map 1 of our best of 3 series. Hopefully ready to go this time as the pistol round goes live.
9 wins in a row on Ancient for the Looking4Org side. They want to try and make it 10 today, and seem like they want to try and see if they can work their way out from elbow. It's just a single spot set up right now from Maka. No one in mid. It's going to be the A player from Donut of Kyler. Just a spot for information. And one thing to also note, Jedka seems like he's standing in right now for the 9 side.
Okay, we were told up until this point it would be Nora, so that changes the complexion of everything entirely. So let's see how well he'll be able to handle himself. Goofy and Kai will draw out first blood of the pistol round. Maka can trade back 1, swap out to the Julies all the same. Jedka engaged upon, tagged up to 17, and will try and fall back out of position to join Exercise and hold the mid control.
And they've got to get this kill out towards CT, but Shadow Advantage has come through from Kyler, and Lucky, that was the kill that was so all required to allow that split into A or from B. Unfortunately, it just doesn't quite come through.
Minute on the clock, and that bomb is going to try and take point, but ultimately, that 2-man advantage is going to give 9 all the advantages on this CT pistol. Looking4Org, looking for a new way in, but where does that way come from?
Yeah, it's got to come from an entry somewhere, and you'd imagine either mid or outside of B. Exercise needs to get this kill, but there's 2 CTs in red, but they are both goosh, so they are both low.
18 HP for Exercise, though, so it's not exactly like he is all that well off himself. Walks forward to the Julies, trying to get into the B bomb site. Maka could try and get a bomb plant from here. There's nobody around him, or at least no one that can take directive contact. Plant will be secured. Maka looking to engage, and Kai says no. Headshot gain. Exercise is way too low HP to do anything from here, so he'll try and fight, try and pull them away from the site itself, but ultimately will be unsuccessful in fending off this defuse. I say that, and almost got the dink down, but no. Hades stays alive. Kyler gets control, and the pistol does indeed go the way of 9.
I think Maka makes the right decision there. You're in a 2v4 where your teammate is pretty much trapped in there under shelf, and you're alone on the B side. There is not many ways that you can win that round to get the bomb plant bonus. Make sure you get it down. If you can take a few casualties with you, if in the end you can make that round winnable, then that's just a bonus. But force it up and look to buy down. I mean, one thing that at least we can add to the whole idea of this 9 squad is that Jedka is a veteran player. We've seen him around the tier 2 scene for many years.
Indeed we have, so you can rely on him being able to pull off what he can. So far, slow starts for him and for Hades as well in this opening pistol, but ultimately, 9 are able to maintain control. Looking4Org, able to maintain the buys, will have the investments in.
So you've got Hadji as a bit of a lurk out here towards top shelf into the front side of Cheetah. The majority of the regroup is out towards A, and Jedka only has a single flash, so doesn't have a single amount of utility that can hold off against this push. It's pretty much just a contact.
That for Mars trying to prod in. T's extending outwards a little bit for Mars, burst through, trying to dish out some damage. Successful at fending, Looking4Org off for now.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit of a cancel. I think they were hoping that just a prod out from A, even that 1-for-1 towards default, would offer something from the shelf individual, maybe to cut a rotate from Donut or out there from Cheetah, but because nothing gets granted, they actually start walking into mid.
Oh, Maka gets Kyler's head clean off his shoulders. The jump face for the information, costing him his life and costing 9 the man advantage. No trade potential, they're not facing mid.
Now, Jedka's got to get a multi-frag here. He is alone out towards CT, and he just gets domed. There's B split and A split potential.
Hades alone on the A defensive. If they go B, then they play right into whatever 9 really have left in their hands. Hades does find Lucky's. That's one pick. Jocko engages him immediately, though, and that cleans house on the site itself. The plant will be secured. And a retake is pretty unlikely from Goofy and Kai here.
Oh, maybe not. 2v2. If Jocko falls as well, this is on. And indeed it is. A great shot there from the MP9. Exercise the last one left out from Donut. Can't get the kill onto Kai. Looking4Org, maybe trying to cut too many rotates there. They only had 2 directly on the bomb side. They tried to cut a rotate out there from lane. They tried to cut a rotate out there from CT. And rather than just having mass players on the bomb site and forcing 9 to go in for the save, they end up losing the round.
Very nicely done from Goofy. Those 2 picks, very accurate with that SMG. And as you mentioned, is occurring the round itself. Looking4Org did get a bomb plant there. They did get 3 casualties, so you can imagine that the idea of a force buy is at least being considered, and with Exercise investing, it should be followed up here. So we'll be seeing more rifles out for the T-Forces.
Yeah, Maka won't be happy about that one. He'll be making sure that the team are down and ready, and they know exactly what's going on. That's that cheetah smoke from T-Spawn being lined up that allows you to run up shelf and it doesn't spread as far and wide as in CS2 now. 9 with the AWP have got it out on Hades, who's playing out to the long control to start things off.
I'm going to slow things down on these defaults here. Looking4Org spread out for the most part and trying to hope that the CTs get aggressive, particularly at this B doors angle for Hadji, which seems to be he's going to get what he was for here. Flash in, Kai and Goofy going to peek, but see nothing in lane.
Now, Hadji at least knows that they're trying to attempt this lane control, and he can't do much about it other than just respect it. If he had another teammate with him, they could have swung on a contact and maybe flashed in. Instead, they're going to leave lane for the moment and actually start taking mid control.
Pushing on forward for Lucky. Burst spray from Kyler. Goofy down at 2 points of health. Maka, a little over half HP. Shot on. Lucky goes down. Jocko is in the corner as well. A red shot to connect to the man and all. And that makes it a 5-on-3 with particular proficiency for 9.
Good picks in there from Hades with the big green. Not even a 1-for-1 trade for Looking4Org. Desperation to get rid of that AWP. And Hadji's going to try and walk up on B, but 2 players to pin in from that short control looking down towards ramp. Maka's now the last one left in from mid. What a perfect round this is from 9.
Kyler there to close down the last. Hades actually going to steal his thunder. 3 kills for the man in mid. The 3rd round on the board for 9. This is very, very nice of a start. Looking4Org. It is pretty characteristic, to be fair here. They've been playing from the back foot for the last couple of days.
And I think it shows as well how much importance there was in that 2nd round for Looking4Org to tighten and to just close that 4v2. Getting ahead of themselves, cost them the round. You then go into the next force buy and look what happens. Everyone's staying alive from 9. It's an opportunity for the Poles to start reaping in the cash and to start getting as much cash under their belts as possible to not force a reset even on a round loss. And Looking4Org know that they've missed their opportunity. And now they're going to have to work from square one again. This is not going to be an easy T side to work.
They've at least taken an early moments of respite. Opportunity to rediscuss the strategy going forward for the Looking4Org camp. As they haven't been able to get things going as quickly as they wanted to. And Nine are looking very good in this early game, so they've got to try and find a counteraction to that. It won't be in this round per se. Only a half invest, pistols on upgrades at best. See if they can find any exits. We have seen a couple of fast plays into the B site over the last couple of days for Looking4Org. So maybe a rough tactic to catch Nine off guard could be on the table somewhere, but not in this round.
There's some spam in there from Kai towards the front side of Cheetah. A flash from Maka to try and get them in aggressively.
Checking out that Cheetah position, but there's nobody there. Nobody to contest directly in mid for Nine, at least not as of right now. Kyler will get into red as the smoke will clear. The focus is all about this B bomb site, and there's no one on the site to defend it.
Now, we saw in the last round that Hades brought that AWP out to the red room. This time around, he's on an A site anchor, so it's actually going to be Kyler taking his place.
A minute to go. All right. Still focused on that M4. Maka, flash at the ready, exercise. Smoke's coming up to his position. He's not going to be allowed direct access to the site unless he pushes ahead of this ramp position. Looking4Org, very little utility to get them in. They've got to use these two flashes very effectively.
Well, the CTs are incredibly passive, so we've got to at least expect a bomb plant, and Lucky can come in from red late and try and cut some rotates.
They run this clock extremely low. Now going to get sneak past the likes of Kai first and foremost. 38 HP to his earlier challenge. Lucky in the backline is going to get caught off. Haji is going to get one kill. Goofy with two. Kyler with one more. The bomb on the back of Maka and his backup being removed from play means that he's got no more breathing room, exposed to the entire CT force and should go down for it. No cash bonus for Looking4Org, but they'll have to buy regardless.
Now, one thing to note there was obviously Maka had the bomb and was the one throwing the utility, which means the bomb getting to the bomb site is going to be delayed, and that could have been a little bit miscommunicated there for Looking4Org, because you could see as soon as those double flashes came through from the cave angle, they were pretty much out on site. They had at least a little bit of presence towards short. They were able to drive the CTs back away from long. If they had that bomb in maybe the second guy out from cave, that gets planted for sure.
Now the AK's come out for the T side as the AWP is back into Hades. Trusting in the firepower, there are no big greens for Looking4Org here. Cash not able to sustain it. The automatics can still do plenty of work here for LFO. Kai hoping for an angle against Haji, but right now it's all about these default plays, which Nine are playing as far away from as possible.
We've seen frequently that on these rifle rounds, if Nine have a rifler holding red, they play super defensive and almost deep in towards CT spawn, which is where Kyler's holding out from. And Kai has to give that respect with the molly to fall off and to play more defensively on B. A lot of map control is gained by Lucky, but he's been in red previous rounds and he hasn't been able to find a kill yet.
As flashes into cave, 60 seconds do remain. Have access to the side entrance of the bomb site, the main entrance lesser so. Looking4Org just formulating themselves over towards this B bomb site, but the concern is more about what Jedka is doing. Look at him over towards elbow.
Yeah, he's given so much of an info play, and it's actually forcing Kyler to play 3B, but still holding red, and he actually should catch the gun barrel here of Lucky.
Looks towards Maka instead, can drop that bomb. He's made noise, he can't stabilize the shot, he's let them pass, but he will call in even more information to the CT forces who try and boost up. Goofy has caught Jocko out in the open, he will get exposed by two players with the crossfire. Him and Kai go falling and the bomb gets planted, but Jedka has finally closed in the pincers to a 3-on-3.
Jedka needs to find a little bit more. Maka out in the open, has to fight towards long straight away.
Finds the fight, but can't find the kill. Exercise at a 1-on-3. He's got the first of Hades. Needs two more and can't get even one. Jedka with a triple, and that information game was everything for Nine.
It was. I mean, Jedka probably looked at that round thinking I could have ended it a lot earlier than what I actually did. I think he misses a huge window of opportunity, right? Yes, you are bang on the money. There's a lot of information they can stack up B, but if he could have just got that jump up properly, the bomb gets dropped and it's just pure chaos out there on the side. I think the thing that's more concerning, rather than just a slight mistake there from Jedka, is how he's able to make that info play. We've seen Jedka be the A anchor. He's walked aggressively into main. He's walked out elbow, and it's undetected. Right there for Looking4Org, a huge gap in the default as they try and set the B exec.
It's yet to see a round scored by Looking4Org here. They're going to mark up those issues. Kai, seeing Maka first, knows that he's going to try and rush him down and can do a lot of damage with the early engagement and the HE. Suppression of the smoke gives no further access to Alpha O.
Now Haji can use this position in here for Jocko to try and work off one another. Now Kyler's just going to be jiggling down, and actually the T smoke off, so he doesn't need to smoke it himself. They have to have the realization that red is open, so Jedka in about 5-10 seconds could turn his back and look in towards red now.
Flash forward, Goofy finds Maka, man down a start. 9 again at the advantage, even catching tags on Haji. Jedka meanwhile in spawn is going to get Jocko. Lucky will be able to find the trade back, but they're well aware of him. Exercise meanwhile is working on the same bomb site, and Kyler's looking a little bit more exposed, especially as he had his head taken off. All 3 CTs on rotate. That bomb's going to take a while to get here though. Lucky has got to stand and defend, and he misses his entire spray. That might force the cancel from Alpha O.
Yeah, the bomb's just now starting to tail away. You could just feel that in that round, Exercise makes it so open, gets a huge kill there onto the A player, and now they freeze it up. Exercise is hoping that they walk through from Brokey, or they walk in from CT, and he can catch one. He can pull a distraction.
Kai, they get the shot. And Haji left alone to try and get to that B bomb site, at least get the bomb plant bonus, which for the money that Alpha O have, they're going to need at this stage. 9 will not be able to deny it, but you can imagine that with the way that the retakes have gone, it will be just as easy for them in the 3-on-1.
Now, this is a tough round for Haji, but we've seen him good in clutches before. He needs to try and isolate. The AWP could be the first point of contact at least.
Hades did peek out for a moment. Haji unawares of exactly where they're coming from. They've got positions to also rotate in the backstab, so he's going to be wary of that, but all 3 are coming in from the short control. Checking long for now. No footsteps being heard. They'll creep up closer. He'll see what's going on, and he peeks into all 3. Kai credited with the kill. And the first quarter of the game has gone entirely to 9.
And this has got to be pure frustration right here for Looking4Org. Because again, you think they lose pistol, they win that second round. Okay, 1,400 loss bonus. They're probably going to be up, what, 2-1, 3-1. You've got to stop. You've got room to work with. And instead, one lost round has turned into an 0-6. And it's turned into a drought. It's turned into a win streak from 9. You even look at that last round, Exercise has done everything right. He's dealt with the first of Jedka. They've been able to deal with Kyler on A. And even still in the 3v3, they can't make the round winnable.
AKs on 2 CT players. 9. Shut down Looking4Org as quick as can be. M4 burst and sprays through from Kyler. Gets the first and almost the second. Jocko is at least able to trade it, but he's now down to 12 points of health. So even despite getting the 1-for-1, it's still an advantage for 9.
Yeah, this is a pretty good read from 9. They've got 2 mid and 1 out towards A. Just a passive Goofy out to the B side. Jedka gonna get volleyed. The smoke actually doesn't clear him. He's gonna die here. Eventually gets spammed in the process.
Hades up close with the AWP. Doesn't hit the second, and Jocko can take him back. That missed smoke could have cost 9 the round right here. Goofy and Kai are creeping around the back though. Jocko first up, he's low HP, and he still connects his shot. Goofy up next, and Jocko can land the quadra. And Looking4Org can finally get their first rounds.
Now that's going to be a good feeling there for Looking4Org. Finally, they've been able to punish a mistake. And you feel for Jedka right there, because he is trapped. He's in towards Donut alone. He's got mollied. He tries to smoke off, and he doesn't quite smoke it all the way. And even if he does eventually try and get into that smoke, they know you're there. You're just going to get spammed by absolutely everyone coming into Donut. What a round to come through from that Jocko, right? I mean, 4 really impactful kills.
Five rounds to make up for Looking4Org. 9 have cash to reinvest. They're going to get their guns out as quick as can be. Meanwhile, Kyler is hunting for players out towards that mid-donut position. Same Molotov going to get counteracted with a smoke this time. It just blooms a bit late, so Kyler is tagged to 2.
He could call himself quite lucky there. And that looked like it was an immediate entry in from Jocko, but they want to keep the pace going. They're not slowing down at all.
Kyler's going to get overwhelmed very quickly here. Jedkin has to step up, and backup is on the way, but Jedkin goes falling. Kyler somehow escapes with a kill. Goofy traded back and through the wall banks. They will be able to find the likes of Kyler in the end. Meanwhile, Hades in from mid, finds Maka at red. That nade's a little bit too far gone from Exercise, so he'll stay in, but Jocko will not.
And then Kai can even work out from Brookie. No, he gets team flash. That was such a good opportunity to deny the bomb from going down. Exercise is still going to fall, and Haji has to clutch again.
Oh, I cannot believe 9 nearly screwed themselves and Looking4Org still bottled it, or have they? Haji needs another kill. One bullet to the likes of Kai will do it, and that's exactly what he'll gain.
I can't believe he got team flashed right there. Jeez, that's actually changed the round. That would have been just bomb plant denial, and then they could have peaked together. Oh my. 9 are now finding themselves in a portion where they're starting to get reset. Money is not as strong as it used to be. Looking4Org are clawing rounds, and they're looking threatening in the last couple.
Might have been a very awkward start, but things have started to come together for the Alpha O side. And I think as well, the 2 rounds that have been lost for 9 have been 2 pieces of missed utility. One smoke that didn't extinguish the flames, and a team flash that threw the whole retake off. And I say retake, it wasn't even a retake. Looking4Org were just getting the bomb down. Forcing out that 1v1 fight with low HP. It went so awry for Lion so quickly.
Okay. Let's see now just how much that 9 are going to be able to continue to press. Because you start thinking to yourself, and I think you start definitely reflecting back to that game that we obviously saw yesterday, 0-9 down, and Looking4Org still brought it back. That's got to be in the back of 9's mind, surely.
USPs and upgrade pistols will stack their way into the main control, see whether they can get Exercise on Maka. Do find that AK. They're not allowed to keep it, though. Third of the border, Looking4Org. 9 trying to look towards the rifles first and foremost. You mentioned the economy game being as awkward as it is. All about the gunbuy here.
And for 9, now I'm going to start wondering what some of the adjustments are going to be. I think they've actually read the CT side very nicely. They've been making some good stat calls. Exercise and Jocko, I think those are the 2 guys that need to be quiet. You look at the impact that they've been able to find on A-walks and donut and mid-pressers. Have not seen much success out to the B side. It's been Looking4Org maintaining the mid-presence. That's where they found the majority of it.
2 players in mid to hold the 9 line, one of which is going to get taken away first and foremost. Hades able to get lucky right back, try to turn for the double, and that's exactly what he does. Jocko struck towards the B-bomb site, however, going to make it a 3 versus 3 in the AWP, and Maka misses. Hades going to try to get to the other side of Donut. He's evaded Exercise, but up close against Maka is not going to work out well for him at all.
Now, you just thought that was an opportunity there for Hades. A missed shot for Maka, only doing slight damage. Now, Jocko's going to start hearing at least 1 up there towards top lane. He's got to be worried about them coming into elbow, because not only could they possibly get bomb territory, but they could actually drop Jocko too.
A minute to play with.
Oh, this is pure timing, isn't it?
Maka leaning in with the pistol. Oh, you want to talk about timing. Check this out. The bomb's going to make its way in. Are they aware of Kai? They're checking all their corners, but they can't see him. Now they have. The P250's not good enough, though. And it's a 2v2. Tries to make it 1. Forced to the reload. Will bring it back to a 1v1. So Jocko can get the bomb down.
Now, Jocko's got to smoke. Now he can smoke off CT or he can smoke off Donut and get the bomb down safely.
Donut is the call. Goofy is coming from there. Molly's sent towards that CT angle, but he's made his way into the smoke. He's going to try and deny that plant here, making noise. Jocko going to stick the whole thing, get tagged up so heavily. 30 HP, needs a 3K. Goofy just needs the 1 kill in this round for himself, and he's going to get it, as 9 will win the half.
Jeez, that's a death slammer if I've ever seen one. Again, for Maka, it's a P250. You'd probably want an AK in that sort of duel to be able to make sure you get it 100%. Decided not to go over to the AWP. Well, that's a harsh one to watch. And that, I would say, is a pretty big steal round for 9. Like, they did not have much going for them in terms of success whatsoever.
Came down to 1 big play from Kai, and all off the back of a mistake from Looking4Org. And it feels like these last few rounds have really been all down to mistakes, the missed utility, the missed opportunities. At least the T's have money to reinvest here, so they can try and gun for the 5 at the turn of the half.
Yeah, there's still reset opportunity both ways, isn't it? And I think that's where these last couple of rounds are going to be so crucial for both teams at the tail end. And Nine will look at that as a bit of a gift. Looking4Org will look at it as another hurdle. Going quite heavy with the lane aggression. You've got pretty much the entire team outside of the individual lurk of exercise.
Nice nade doing damage. Very carefully played again for Looking4Org, trying to slow these rounds down, trying to prod in slowly to look for picks, and it's just going all against them here. Hades pick, Goofy finds the frag, the AWPer Map, as soon as he swings, he's going to be right in the clutches of the CT AWPer, and he gets exactly what he wants.
Now, Hades has been so on the money with that AWP, constant multi-frags, and constant frags that are leading to round victories. I think that's the one thing that we've seen from him, the difference maker for Nine. And Looking4Org, you're down to 2. We've seen them work 2v5s yesterday, but this looks out of the realm of possibility.
Lucky can trade back, exercise his death. Going any further on from here, though, going to be extremely tough, to say the least. 40 seconds. And SMG is up close and personal, ready to receive them. Back into the B bomb site for the bomb carrier, who's so wary of every position that a CT might be holding from. Best he can do is smoke short, go for the plant. And they are so ready for him.
Yeah, Lucky is just desperate for one. Just give me one before I can even prioritize the plant. Gets a bit of a mistiming. And the 8th round gets gains. Looking4Org, I mean, they were desperate for the plant there. That extra cash bonus would have really helped for round 12's buy state. And I think across the board for Looking4Org, it's been the small mistakes, hasn't it? It's been the small errors that have cost them quite a lot of rounds. That 9-0 beginning has really helped out Nine. And just the perspective overall that on a map that's so damn successful, the 9-game winning streak of Ancient, that Nine with a stand-in can put up this kind of performance in the first half.
Looking4Org. Looking for 4. Will force their way back in to try and get it. Lucky. And with the AK, Hades on for the shot. Lucky, first of all. The AK out of play. Can get recovered quickly by Hadji here. Hades is still standing to defend though. Finds the likes of Jocko and gets out of the bomb site.
Yeah, Exercise is going to try that walk-in from A main, but Kyler's still watching him from big box. Even the HE placement does so much damage.
Shots on. 2 left standing, making it 1. That's a 3K for Hades, and Kyler can close. 9-3 up for Nine. Is looking very similar for Looking4Org. Got him out in the comeback after the break. 9-3 at the half with Looking4Org being down on the scoreline. Dwayne, does that look familiar to you?
It looks very familiar. Oh, wait, I saw that yesterday, and I also saw a comeback of a lifetime. That's what Looking4Org need today. But I look at this from 9 and think, surely just a pistol. Surely just a start here. That could be the difference to closing.
USPs are pushing on the Looking4Org side to get aggressive. They might catch off Hades, but what they gain in aggressive force towards the A side, they lose in B defensive, and that's when 9 are looking to hit. The Glocks are inbound. Lucky's engaged one. Hades is caught off guard there. Just start. The plant will be secured, though.
Now, Jocko can still play quite defensive. Him and Hadji can wait for those lane players to start coming in, to start setting up that backstab. There are 2 players in there at Cave that need to be dealt with.
It's Kyler finding Lucky. Jocko engages one more. Kyler looking to continue tapping as Jedka gets both those headshots. Groovy swings back to the bomb site. Exercise and Maka are dealt with. Jedka ends up with 3, and 9 end up with 10.
I was doing a little bit of research about Jedka in the half there, Jay, and one thing that I noticed was he stood in for Pompa a couple of days ago. Before that, his last official was in March this year. This is not a guy that since CS2's come out have we seen very much in the pro capacity. Have we seen in officials on HLTV? And as the stand-in today, the unsuspected stand-in, look at what he's just done in the pistol.
Might not be the top of the board, but he is having his impact. For a stand-in, that seems to be all you really need. 9 making it work against Looking4Org. Have a habit of playing from the back foot, and it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on. This is the half where they need to mount that return. They need to mount that comeback like they did against Monty yesterday. But every round that 9 wins puts them even further away from that goal.
Hey, you've got a double Zeus setup coming down from Cave, so if the first one fails, the second one could be successful. Now this actually could warrant 1 or potentially even 2 kills.
Kai finds Jocko.
Oh, close.
Gets away with 30 HP. Reading that man to the left-hand side, and Hadji's also there. Are they going to read onto him the same? Check those corners. Find their player. Hadji down. Kyler looking for the next. Lucky's dealt with an exercise. Really can't do much from here. He'll try, but he'll fail.
And that first pause that you saw the first Zeus using, it's a great position for anyone at home to play, because if you're just keeping yourself tunnel visioned and you're in there at Cheetah and you're looking into the cave entrance and working your way through, you actually won't see the CT hiding there. It's only if you pre-aim it, it's only if you actually check and round the corner wide enough, looking to that left-hand side, can you be seen. And obviously 9 realize it's a light eco, or at least it should be a light eco. They're probably going to run some Zeuses, and let's just make sure we're clearing all of our corners.
Round number 11 for 9. Deficit growing to 8 rounds. Looking4Org at least get away with this pick for Maka, so a gun to play with, assuming he can find it, which he can't. And most likely a buy into this round nonetheless for the CT forces. They kind of need to. I don't think they're going to be going all the way for 9 in a row to bring it back to the overtime. They've got to stop this here and now, because the Poles are on a hot streak.
Now, 9 have got a very good opportunity to close out this game in one-sided fashion. Looking4Org, I mean, this pretty much is the last lifeline, because they lose out here, they give away map point, and they probably have a rubbish buy to continue. Spam in from Lucky does a lot of damage onto Kyler, so it's going to have to be the lane default where they take the majority of the space.
Jedka ends up Maka watching for contact. Hadji, M4 back to Wavron. The M4 going to get forced back to Maka's own position. Hayes going to overwhelm Hadji, trying to line up 2, only gets the 1, but Lucky is at least there for one of his own. Jedka again steps up with a multi-frag. In from Cable, Molotov off Lucky in exercise. 2v3 for the retake.
And they've got to go for this. There's no denying that whatsoever. There is not a save option. They have to commit.
Flash in, Lucky caught dead to rights. Kai is caught reloading himself. But now Exercise needs to back up a Hades. Needs to find Jedka real quick. No kick for this retake. And he's out of there. He's got to save once again. 9 are going to get to map point.
Yeah, that's a sick round there from Jedka. That means so much to the 9 squad. Exercise to try and save out from Shelf. He'll be able to hold that M4 into the next round, but that's going to be it. 9 on that product towards B, gets some very good entries, and I feel for Maka, because he literally just gets caught on such an unlucky timing. He plays defensive, he's trying to get that reload off, and Hades literally runs through the long smoke without a teammate, without any util, and just catches him in the open. From Maka's point of view, you're not expecting that to happen.
Second tactical used for Looking4Org, and over the last couple of days, I've been conditioned to always expect some sort of return, some sort of comeback, even if it's a comeback that ultimately fails for Looking4Org, to see something happen during the second half. That is yet to happen, and we're already at map point.
I mean, it's incredible to think that it's only 3 rounds gained from the French, because there's been some serious close rounds. There's been some 1-kill differences from 9, and I think that just shows that while there's been many opportunities and there's been many chances, there hasn't been many that have been taken successfully.
Maybe Looking4Org are just slow to start. We saw that yesterday on that nuke. Turned it into
not to this, right? Like,
yeah,
this is a different level to yesterday.
I most certainly can't disagree there. There was at least a return on that nuke. Same cannot be said for this Ancient. Perhaps Looking4Org gonna have to pull it out of the hat in the second and third maps to return, because that really is going to be your only hope for the Frenchman. 9 in a row to come back to evens against 9 and take us to overtime. And Kai wants to close it. Jocko first to fall.
Exercise does get a spam kill, and Haji gets another, but it's a quick trade and out there towards ramp. This is a defining kill in the round. Kai actually backs off. He actually escapes the danger from Maka.
7 HP, so we can't afford to do too much here. He's going to duck his way behind that box. Backup's going to get here. They're going to try and bait him in closer. I like this a lot, because Goofy is going to find Maka for it. Very nicely done.
And there's going to be a flash kind of peek. How much can he find out of this? Lucky needs to be traded, and Kai on low HP is able to do it.
Meanwhile, out towards Elbow, Kyler's about to engage Exercise, who wins out that fight. And it's a one-on-one to save Looking4Org's life here on their map pick. Kai has got to play this careful, because now he's at the disadvantage.
Well, the issue is they know that Exercise was in mid, so Kai doesn't want to make any noise, because as soon as he starts running, he has to have the realization that there could be a chance if he's still in mid that he's going to hear me. Eventually, he can start moving from A, and it's going to take a while for Exercise to get into position to start retaking A. I think the difference is the HP bars. There's a huge amount.
Plant down. Kai needs a quadra. They're going to find the right timing onto Exercise is the question. They're creeping right past each other. This couldn't be more perfect for the T-side AK. Exercise makes a footstep, gets on that bomb in the open. Keeping his eyes on a headed swivel. He gets the kill he needs. And Looking4Org stay alive.
That's a survival round, and that's well played there from Exercise. Tap that bomb once, try and see if you can draw the fight. Look out there to Big Box, look out from Temple, and in the end, it's the CT line. And Kai knew on low HP that he had to kill him straight away as soon as he saw him. That round was close. That looked like the closure. And my concern is how many rounds do they realistically get? I mean, 12-4. To even start thinking about overtime is just mad right now. I think for 9, looking at the fact that they're even buying down, that they're forcing all the way into this round, shows that it could even be round 17 that it ends.
That's always the concern when you're fighting back from match point. 9 can win this at any moment. That might be the moment right there. Jedka's caught lucky. Exercise struggling to trade back Kyler at elbow. Jedka swings back, and Kyler can't follow suit with the trade. Maka's AWP contests Hades being on as a lane aggressive play from Jocko that Kyler's going to find, and it's a 3-on-2.
And they can expect B-side to be fairly open as of right now. They know that Maka was playing defensively as that A-Ank, and Maka misses that opportunity to get the kill up towards Shelf. And now they know 1 on B max.
2 HP for Kyler. That could have brought this round back around for Looking4Org, and now Haji has got to stand and fight. That AWPer is so tentative about going back in towards lane. Haji missed his timing. Kai caught dead. 2 versus 2. Goofy tapped and burst through. Haji on for the triple, on for another hero individual moment for Looking4Org that keeps themselves alive again.
Well, I've seen moments like this even in yesterday's best of 3. Maybe not so much just on Ancient, but in maps across the series. that we have seen individually star impact from Looking4Org. We just saw it with the clutch of exercise. We've then just seen it that it's basically a 1v3 on that B site. Hadji is so far away from Maka, and yet he still delivers with all of those kills. Great level of impact there from Hadji. And without that bomb plant, there's a super light investment going into round 18 because they can't afford anymore.
Just the Glocks. Couple of flashes for Kai. That's the extent of the entire buy. And therefore, 9 should be able to maybe get a bomb plant at best. Jocko. Oh, very nice shot to Kyler. And the follow-up 2 kills. Pretty nicely crispy as well. All 5 alive for Looking4Org's side. And build upon their own cash base. It's not like it matters at this stage, but to keep that confidence running is a very encouraging point for your mental game. 9 now back on the buy.
And I'd like to see some early tacticals here from 9, because from my point of view, if this gets to 12-10, I think it's done already for like the perspective that Looking4Org are going to come back and win, because we've just seen how strong that they can be, not only in back foot scenarios, but how strong that they can be in officials, how strong they can be in the tier 2 atmosphere right now. If you're 9, you want to close this map as quickly as possible. You do not want to draw it out.
Looking4Org. Lucky set into the mid position. Maka. Flashbangs around them, peeking towards lane, try and look for Jake, try and look for Kai, and unfortunately they're not going to find any of that. Maka, however, does catch Kyler out from elbow. He's first to fall.
And getting that opening pick and seeing a little bit more there from elbow, but because they've got shelf control and they've got more utility down to elbow, 9 just can't do anything. Hadji's got just a straight spam kill there onto Jenka towards the bottom of the B door.
Things are starting to look up for Looking4Org now. In this round, things will almost certainly go their way. A 5-on-3. 2 players up and only so much tag damage being done. Hadji's got it pretty heavy-handed. Everybody else on 100 HP, though. Odds are not in the favor of 9, but they're going to lean into that B hit. Got a decent amount of utility to do so.
And this is where I look at someone like Kai to step up and to make a hero impact play himself, because they need something. They're in a 3v5 with a lack of space and a lack of real contact out here to the B side. There's an info play in mid. There's an info play aggressive towards A, so Maka can rotate and help out 3 on B.
25 seconds on the clock. Smokes in. Lucky has found the bomb carrier. Hades tagged up to 45, but still alive at this moment. The CTs on the side will hold their nerve. The player at wood, Jocko, gets Hades, doubles up alongside Lucky, and Looking4Org lock it down.
Triple AK is being saved too. That's a very good round there from Looking4Org. And do you know what I actually really enjoyed in that scenario was, even though they have a couple of man advantages and they've got a 5v3, they're not just stagnant. They're not just playing deep in the bomb sites and waiting for the XC to come. You've got that walkout from A main. You've got the walkout from Exercise down there at the bottom of Shelf. They know exactly what's going on. They can stack up 3 on B. They can even have a bit of a Shelf fight to maybe deny the bomb from going down before it even gets up from ramp. And I think it just shows that Looking4Org, they're reading the game really well on CT side. They're being super proactive.
And they are starting to build into the comeback I was hoping for.
Now, this is what we want, right? We want proper contest.
CT side was where they won it against Monty. It was a regulation 13-11 from the comeback. Have to be an overtime win over 9 today. Those pistols will at least bring them a little bit closer. 5 to the good for now for 9. Ooh. Looking4Org have stopped dead in their tracks. So this is not a live round, of course. It doesn't change the circumstances, though. 9 should be conceding this one because they haven't got cash to buy full frontal here. Yeah.
And I think, again, for the Looking4Org side, we know that when pressure's against them, they're able to perform. I mean, let's just take Ancient aside. Look at that series against Monty. They went into their map pick and they lost it. The way that they accelerated the first, 5-6 rounds of Anubis, it almost looked like it was a different team. And that's something that I even look at this map of Ancient and say, even if they don't bring the comeback, even if it goes to overtime and they don't win out, I don't think Nuke is a gone conclusion. That, again, I think even for 9, if they're able to close it here, 13-7, 13-8, that you go into Nuke and it's just a 2-0 and it's a pretty swift affair, Nine, or Looking4Org, I should say, have shown not only in the previous series, but also in previous best of threes across the last couple of weeks that even without winning their map pick, they can still grind the series back.
That's even before you consider the fact that this map is not over yet.
Yeah, that's when it starts to make you even more excited.
Looking4Org always found a way to battle back from the back foot. You have to do that against 9 here and now. A bit of a surprising turn of events, all things considered. Obviously, with the stand-in situation and everything like that. 9. Ready to push onto that B site once again. They've got a bit of utility to go for it. Smoke down over at K first and foremost. Counter smoke from Jocko will come out towards that ramp position with the nade to follow it up. It actually bounces back, and that provides extra support for 9.
That's so unfortunate. That lineup looks pretty much perfect, so now they have to play defensive. This actually could be a 5-on-5 retake.
Secondary smoke comes in for the T side. Didn't have to use that initial one on the initial execution. Players lined up, so many about to make their way ahead of that smoke. Jedko able to overwhelm one. The flash support is there, and Hadji can deal with Goofy. But the bomb has gone down, and Jedka is all alone. All things considered, 9 got quite a fair amount out of that. It was down to a couple of mistakes from Looking4Org. But they get their plant bonus.
When you actually look at that, I think 9 have probably made the right decision there to try and punish players sleeping and players maybe setting up util and reloading the weapons, which is exactly what happened. But even with all of that chaos, it looked like more than just one kill was going to get granted. Not to be, though. I think the main concern on these ecos, right, isn't getting the bomb plant. It's more so, can we take the AKs away? Because if you're going into these eco rounds with the upgrades digs, the Mac 10s, maybe the upgraded Tech 9s, and you're only getting one kill, maybe nothing, but you're getting bomb plant, that doesn't help, because you're still going to be up against the AK of Lucky, Jocko, and Hadji in the next rifle round.
I do love how after that round, Jocko pointed out exactly how that that smoke missed. A tiny piece of geometry as part of the scaffolding on that wood position.
Yeah, anyone at home knows that that's how you throw the long smoke. You get out there, you aim it exactly where he did, but whether he was just standing a little bit more to the left, probably happens once a blue moon.
Unfortunately, in this case, he didn't throw the round away entirely for Looking4Org.
Oh, yeah, you would be fuming if that happened. Yeah, one of those small mistakes, yeah.
Because you saw how that smoke landed. It blocked off long almost perfectly. So that gave him the bomb plant. Fortunately, it didn't give him the rounds. Looking4Org, will they pay for that mistake here in this one? The AKs are out in force.
Hadji going very aggressive in with that flash. Now, Jedka is trapped out to the cubby corner, and he is still receiving flashes. Hadji, though, does not get the kill, but the spam comes through from Maka anyway.
Using the information of Hadji to get the shot through the wall.
What?
Jocko, what are you doing, sir? What is that? What?
They thought it was an A fake. Look what's going on. They thought that was a single B lurk, because there's an executor going on towards A.
Well, Maka's back here to try and hold on to the ramp control, but he doesn't know how forward Kai has gotten. He's making noise. He's running into the trap, and Kai will spring it on him. A 4 versus 2, and maybe that fake is the winning moment for 9. Oh, LFO. It was so wild, that push forward. They thought he was safe, and they thought wrong. You couldn't have baited him any better.
And now they just freeze up. Goofy has to try and get a path in towards the A side. Now, the T's have got A and B. The option now is to obviously try and figure out the information of where these last couple of CTs are and make the correct decision. Is it better for the bomb to go into B, or is it better for it to go towards A? Now, with Hades, or Kylo, I should say, coming into CT, it looks like it will be an MB.
Exercise could find everything. Lucky has been found. Goofy, smoke up, flashes ahead. He's going to wait and bait, make his way ahead of it, and get caught off by Hades. The god of death brings death upon Looking4Org and closes out their own map pick at 13-8. That didn't quite go the way they wanted to towards the tail end there, but you've got to give credit to 9, because the whole reason why that round fell apart was because of that fake.
Well, I can't blame Jocko there at all. I can't pin it on him. Think about that from Hadji's point of view. Hadji's gone from cheater into lane, seen nothing, sees the one person there of Jedka. They get the 1-for-1 trade. Lane is clear. They've then an A pop with util. Straight away, you're thinking it's an A exec. There's a single lurk there on B, and Jocko unfortunately fumbles the round. I think the bottom line there for Looking4Org is it just wasn't enough rounds in the first half. They didn't give themselves enough leverage. And oftentimes when you're up against map point, it's the one big mistake or one rookie mistake that costs everything.
I felt that's not the first time we said that about Looking4Org as well over the last couple of days, and maybe that might end up becoming a bit impactful as this series goes on. For now, their own map pick of Ancient has fallen out of favor. Nuke is up next as the second map in this series, and whilst Looking4Org have brought the comebacks in the past, can they do it to stay alive in this matchup? We'll find out when we return. As dire as you want it to be for Looking4Org, not their victory on their map pick, conceding it out to the opposition, and now looks like Nine are going to try and set themselves up for the 2-0. In theory, that should be the case, right? You win your opponent's map pick, you go into your own, and that should be how typically, in the layman's terms, it should be going. But we've seen how Looking4Org have battled back from the back foot. Having seen what we've just seen on Ancient, is there any encouragement that Alpha O can pull this off?
Yeah, I think there is. Again, their nuke is fairly solid. I think you look at that game yesterday against Monty, if a few rounds went differently, they probably should have won that map. If you look at some of the previous results, they've beaten Spirit on it twice, they've beaten Aurora, and unfortunately for Nine, they've only played it twice in CS2. They played it yesterday against Sinners, and they played it a week ago against OneWin. And again, they're still with a stand-in. They're still playing with Jedka. So I think there are a lot of factors that point towards Nine having the best opportunity yet to 2-0, which is true. But I still think Looking4Org can push this to a third map.
Well, look, we weren't discussing Nuke as a default pick for either of these two teams during the Veto phase. So the fact that they've gone towards it for Nine indicates that they've got something in their minds of how they want to play this out. I take a look at this map and I feel like it's going to be a good benchmark for Looking4Org and where they stand, right? Because we saw it yesterday against Monty from them, and they went down 9-3, much like they did over on that past Ancient, and they were able to pull it back to a respectable scoreline before ultimately conceding. I wonder if that's, given how similar the way these two series have started, whether there are some issues when it comes to the early matchups from Looking4Org and whether they can come into their own as map 2 and 3 comes around here.
I want to say no, and the reason for that is I think context is very important. Look at that first half that we just saw in Ancient. If that 4v2, they tighten up and they play more central on the bomb site rather than looking for exits and cutting rotates, it's probably a 3-1 start right there for Looking4Org. And I think then we've got a completely different picture and a completely different context to how the start is of Ancient. Unfortunately, fumbling that second round had huge ramifications. So for me, looking at a slow start, I feel like it's difficult to pin that on map 1 today and what we saw yesterday, just because the sample size is so small.
Well, that's going to be the case, I think, for both of the teams involved. You mentioned, of course, the fact that Nuke is not really a map that's been played too much in CS2's history. And what's also small is the results pull from Jedka as part of this team, of course, standing in today in place of Norok. We thought Norok was going to play, and since we've got that opportunity now to see what he's done throughout that map up, how much of an impact has he had being a stand-in for Nine?
I think pretty good. Like, he had some important rounds, especially in that second half. He held his weight incredibly well. And I think he proved that even as a stand-in, he can still come in and work with some of these individuals. I mean, you've got to remember, he's played with some of these guys before. You think about someone like Hades, he played with him on Vizsla Krakow. You think about someone like Goofy, he played with him on Vizsla and also on XCOM. So there's at least 2 guys on the team that he's had experience playing with for quite some time in the career.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of taking a look at his previous history when it comes to Polish teams. He's been part of many of the very good ones. I mean, AGO was obviously a name that obviously rings back very far back in the distant past. XCOM, AGO as well. That was a team that they were part of. That he was a part of. Illumina as well in recent years. A lot of great successes as a result. And he was even a part of Nine, I think, for ECL season 42.
A couple of standing games.
Yeah, a couple of standing games. So, but he's still been in and around this team in various capacities. So it doesn't shock me the fact that with that result in mind, that things have sort of come together a lot more proficiently than one might expect out of a stand-in.
Yeah, maybe so, and that's probably why they've used him as a stand-in, right? I think a lot of the time, if you're going to bring someone in as a 5th player, you want to bring in someone you know. You want to bring in someone that's recognizable and someone that's familiar with maybe not so much the system, but the comms of the team and the understanding of how certain players play. So I think for Jedka, he held his weight very nicely out on Ancient. Nuke is a difficult map to play for any team, and for a team with a stand-in, I think it could be quite difficult for Nine. But if they can just slot him in and make sure that he's in and aware of what they want from him, what kind of role that he's offering on both T side and on CT side, that Nine can look at this matchup and say, hey, we've had a gift of taking map number 1. Let's come in here, let's shake things up, and let's prove everybody wrong that even with a stand-in and without an IGL, that we can still win games and we can still go deep in the playoffs.
Well, that's the other side of the stand-in coin that we haven't really factored into yet, because Nuke is a much more, we often say that Nuke requires a little bit more attention to detail, and an IGL kind of needs to be a little bit more focused. So the fact that they haven't got their main IGL in is probably, I guess in theory, a point against the likes of Nine. I don't think Jedka's had any experience being an IGL in the past, at least none that I can remember per se. So I wonder how that team play dynamic is going to work on a map like Nuke.
Well, I mean, it just shows that your players are going to have to be more vocal. It's as simple as that. Whether you have a set IGL for the game or whether you're sharing it around, it puts more responsibility on everyone in the team. It puts responsibility on Hades with the AWP. It puts responsibility on the Riflers to make sure that they're communicating well, that they're giving ideas to one another, and that they're using the tactical timeouts when required, and even these pre-map segments to speak to Narot, to speak to Ponchek, and come up with a game plan, because it is going to be difficult. No matter what map you're playing, you are playing a strong team of Looking4Org, and whether you're a map up in the series, the job's not done, and they'll probably know that second map, now that Looking4Org have got a map under their belt, and now they're on the back foot, this is going to be even more difficult for map 1, even if it is our map pick.
We might not know who the shot caller is for the 9 side at the moment, but I want to play a little bit of fantasy, Dwayne. If Jedka continues to fit in the role pretty well here, do you reckon that he might end up becoming a 5th for 9?
No, I think that's out of the realm of possibility right now. I mean, you can never look as a stand-in coming through and playing 1, 2 maps, a couple of officials, and say, yeah, he's going to fit the piece. I think it's only the inners of the team that know. They're going to know the player they're looking for, and I think to try and search for that player in such a small amount of time, the fact that this is only the 3rd team, or the 3rd game, I should say, that 9 are playing under sort of a different player, whether it be a coach as a stand-in or Jedka as a stand-in, I think for 9, the main objective right now is to do as well as they can with whichever players they use.
Well, for now, it's definitely a positive start for the man, and if it continues along that route, then we might start to entertain that conversation a bit more in the future. For now, just focusing up towards our second map of Nuke here. Obviously, Looking4Org were able to build back into a comeback at the tail end of that first map up. I'd imagine they're going to be on the CT start of things here for their opponent's map pick. So is there going to be a case that we need to see a little bit more from the first half from them?
No, I would say the second half, like without a doubt. I think, yeah, we can sit here and say they can claw a monster lead, but I think Looking4Org have to show us more ability on the T side, and not just Nuke on every map. They've had some weakened T sides over the course of this first map and in that previous best of 3 yesterday. They have to prove that their T side's here to play.
Well, let's put my theory to the test. Let's see whether Looking4Org can really come into their own in the late portions of the series. It's the second map, the pick of 9. Jocko USP stands to attention with a crispy shot to the head of Kai and Goofy. Both players going down. Lucky coming in to try pick up the pieces with backup, dropping Jedka to 12, dropping Hades out of the server. And it's a 4v2 that Looking4Org should capitalize upon.
Yeah, just ramp players everywhere. Haji can take a little bit of a contact, but you want to draw them in. You want to get those T-side players out to ramp and into the crossfire.
Kyle to 45, Jedka to 3. And a backstab from 1 CT that could easily close in the pincers of Maka. Haji holding the directive cross. Kyler continuing to get tagged up and now taken down. Kyler, all that remains, 1-on-4. Pincers closing in upon him. Haji continues to take his fight and ultimately will get his 2K. That's a solid pistol for Looking4Org.
And when you actually look at the numbers as well, for especially the individual players on Looking4Org, it is mental, some of the ratings that we see from these guys since CS2 has come out on Nuke. Haji averages a 1.41 rating and Lucky a 1.28. So I'm looking at those 2 guys in particular. I think we saw quite a bit from them in the series yesterday. We all obviously saw what Haji was able to do on that pistol round out towards ramp. So between Haji and Lucky, I think we're going to get a good performance from those 2.
9 should set this eco in a standard. Pistols across the entire board. Blocks placed into the M4s and the SMG, which to get a little bit of cash out for exercise, diving in for the second player. Ooh, can't quite catch the bomb carrier, who tried to get in through the Benson, couldn't quite hit the dive, so no bomb plant bonus for 9. That would have been the best they could have hoped for in this kind of a round. They're just a lost bonus to build into the 3rd round bye.
Now, we did see the Nuke pick coming through in that game against Sinners. We obviously spoke about the fact that Nuke got played against OneWin and against Sinners, but the game against Sinners was a map pick, and of course, 9 are going to start on that T side. They managed 6 rounds. I would say fairly competitive in that game yesterday. I would say 6 and plus would be a target. If you were able to do that yesterday against the Czechs, you've got to be looking at a similar ballpark here today.
Standard utility sets to try and flush CTs away from the forward face. And nades to open up the squeak door. Outside control from Lucky. Very little suppression to the T side, but they have got some presence out here. Jocker's also going to come up from Secret and try to provide support.
The Jedka might have to be the contact man out here from top main. The player down from Secret. I mean, Jocko just has to catch the right timing.
Jedka is going to get forced off by that incendiary. Teams will need to make a move in. Still got some time to play with. The smokes are coming back though. Those nades catching even more damage on Jedka. Not quite the kills yet. The Molotovs will force CTs back and forward. Jocko sticks around to try to get a couple of kills. Good for the first and almost gets Jedka, but he's down to 25 HP.
Surely they don't expect double secret. Who expects double secret?
Oh, apparently Hades does. Yeah, this crosshair train. He doubles up on Hadji as well through the smoke. Lucky can take back the trade, and they are very tagged on the 9 side. Goofy, lesser so, but Jedka on 1 point of health, and now Kyla sneaking past Exercise. Is this bad info?
Oh, it has to be bad info. He's just come into the lobby and seen nothing, which tells them, okay, it's probably either a ramp walk or an outside lean. And instead, it's actually an upper take, and he could fall here to the players outside coming into ramp. I think they're pretty set on it being a lower play right now.
Exercise walks right into Kyla, and with that kill, it has to be a call to bring that bomb into the A site. Patience the Virtue for 9, who will gain their first round, surely.
And you got a feel there for Exercise. It's a 2v3, you're in a man disadvantage, you know that they were heavy outside, you have to make a play there. You have to try and gather information, you come in on door, and let's just consider that play for a moment. Let's just say it's half a second earlier. He catches the lobby player, it's a 2v2, Lucky gets involved in the action. It's a different round, and I think that's definitely something we saw on map 1, right, was those slight errors or those slight misjudgments or just slight timings in general were costing Looking4Org quite a few rounds.
And costing this round here and now. First on the board of 9. Not going to allow the opposing force to get the streaks that they were getting over on Ancient. Looking4Org on the front foot early, but not by a massive margin. M4 held in, and money is pretty good, so we're seeing some weapons tossed around and a buy to come through.
Looking4Org, you also need to look at the perspective that they had 2 losses in 15 games. I mean, that's a crazy record in best of 3s. Only losing to CIS teams of Spirit and 1 win. They've got to think to themselves, there's no way we're going out 0-2. There's no way that we're dropping this series. 9. Yeah, they'll say their way started off with that first, but even a change-up, it seemed like Lucky and Maka wanted to double press aggressively outside. Maka's playing a little bit of an off angle on top of Credit.
Lucky prodding into the squeak door position, just bursting through that open door, trying to catch off guys like Kyla. Unable to really catch the man, though, for much more than just a little bit of tickle damage. Exercise a bit closer, we'll try to check the vents, but nobody's dived down there.
Now, one thing that I've noticed a lot more in CS2J is re-smoking door control from a CT perspective is a little bit more difficult now because of the geometrics of the smoke itself. Oftentimes, a bad smoke towards door can open up a vent dive opportunity for the T side.
Or Maka through the smoke is going to catch off Kai. Information to gain. Maka continuing to spray through against Jedka next. Lucky trying to provide a little bit of extra support. I think they just spotted the man making his way in towards Garage, so he might end up getting hunted here. Meanwhile, 3 players of 9 in at Squeaky Corridor, going to walk their way without utility support into the A-bomb site. Hadji is going to provide some resistance. He's also got backup up at Heaven. 2 players out in the open. Those footsteps should be heard. Kyla is going to get caught. Second player adjusted towards, but running out of ammo. Goofy and Hades can get the trades back and try and maintain their position. But as Jedka falls, the advantage stays with Looking4Org. Goofy's caught off guard, and Hades is all alone.
And that's a massive kill from Lucky outside. That was the difference maker. That could have been the winning element there from 9 in the round. Hades at least sees that first player, but up there towards Mustang, he gets one, but Lucky swings on the trade. A multi-frag coming through from him, and you even look at that pause from Hadji towards the defensive angle on A, wastes a lot of time, is able to relocate ever so slightly, get that first kill. I mean, even Jocko, he runs through the molly. That gets mollied up there at Heaven, but he wants to deny, he wants to keep the pressure on.
And that pressure led to success. Looking4Org back on the board against 9. And pistols to come out from the T side due to the nature of their economy state. Outside control, going to be a major set of emphasis for both teams. Lucky ahead of Red. 4 players at the T side ahead of that smoke. Line sprays from Mac are going to try to draw their attention away from Lucky's position. He doesn't see anything just yet. Will Kai read him? The flashes and smoke going back and forth from both teams. The initial smoke's going to clear. Lucky going to get given 2 kills for it. Maka, similar story. And they are ripped apart.
And 9 just getting absolutely owned right now. Even that shotgun being upgraded to an AK. And now for 9, do you start worrying about was Nuke the right pick? Again, when we looked at the Veto, when you looked at the paper, Overpass was the obvious choice. Overpass was the go-to. It's the map that's been played the most for them, or picked the most in CS2 in best of 3 history. Nuke is one of those maps that doesn't often get picked. Yes, it got picked yesterday, and it was a matchup that was successful. And those sort of thoughts are going to be coming into your mind, especially when you're 1-4 down and potentially 1-5 down.
Well, as this one goes on, we'll start to get a bit more of an answer, hopefully, as to why they picked into it. But right now, the answer's not obvious at all. Looking4Org. 4 AKs on this CT side to work with. Just the Deagles out for 9, looking for some headshots. So far, none presenting themselves.
Lucky and Maka have been the dynamic duo on the outside. This time around, they've got Exercise that can swing on the contact if anyone comes out from door. 9 are just hoping to try and make this expensive. Try and take at least one of these AKs away.
And that firepower can be very important in rifle rounds. Used in the anti-eco. Lucky is successful with the first pick. Needs to tag from Goofy. Can't land the headshot. Can't land the backup either. Kyler does get one of Jocko. Nice that they can also get that AK back in the hands of Exercise, still rocking that M4. Hadju's going to get the kills first, though. Jedka down. Kai no. Kai swings. The engagement not quite found. Kai can get another one. So some damage is coming through. They'll lose at least one of these AKs. And they get one back. It seems like they will do. Maka with a pick. Exercise will indeed upgrade, and it's 5-1 now for Looking4Org.
Well, at least the no-kill streak is over there from Kai, but you think that even that 1 kill didn't make a difference on the round. Yes, it gets him up to 1, and it makes it a little bit more expensive. We want to see more from him. He was a pivotal player out there on map number 1, and he's always been a pivotal rifler for this team. You look at the T side, you look at that rifle pack, your Kyler, your Goofy, and your Kai, and think, right, these are difference-maker players. They have to find that consistency between the 3 of them.
9. AWP of Maka pressing forward first and foremost. Those HEs pushing out a little bit of damage. Maka's off. Looks for swing. Can't land the flick. Kyler protected by the harder cover of the door frame. Gets away relatively unscathed. He's still looking for the wall bangs though, and they're just not connecting.
Maka might just have to keep fighting here because he's going to have to be worried about outside. He's going to get smoked off eventually and try and spam up towards top main. Exercise is going to have to help him out here.
Well aware of that orb's position. Jedka not getting shot down by it. That AK in secret. Gonna get flashed up by Jocko. Lucky looking in. He's looking up. Kai's gonna get caught. Head's been seen. He taps him up. Jedka down. Hades trying to get some trades together. Needs 2 of them to bring it back to evens. Unawares of the player with Mini. And Exercise still loses the fight. Finally, Hades is worn down here, but he's still looking to engage.
Got to worry about where those other T-side players are. Jocko eventually catches him repositioning, and there's a walk. There's a timing out here towards ramp, and Jocko just might see it.
Goofy walking in. Jocko turns away at the wrong moment. Back out to the held position and up in heaven. B-site is protected by Lucky's AK from the vents shore. It'll be the first port of call. 9 are on their way.
Now, he's got max nades too, so as soon as he hears that bomb going down, he can try and get an incendiary off, even try and smoke off ramp if he likes.
20 seconds. Secondary smoke down as well, so they should be aware that both players are here. The footsteps should definitely give it away. One man on rotate is Maka. So wary of that double doors position. The nades are sent to do very little damage. Jocko's caught very aggressive. Goofy with that pick. The smoke starts to clear. Goofy's got another. Lucky can't land the headshot either. The incendiary, is that going to burn him down or just force him back into harder cover? Indeed, he will be back at dark here.
Now, Lucky's got to try and see if he can deal with that other player. He knows that he's repositioned out towards dark, but what about the other?
Doors open, Kyler unknown, Goofy caught off, transfer back, not even going to connect to Kyler, not even going to look his direction. And 9 will secure 2.
Yeah, that was poor there from Jocko, and I think he knows himself that he was in the wrong. That's a 3v2 on a retake, and your teammate out there towards observation window is smoked off. They had a smoke both towards the windows and the doors. There could have been a little bit of miscoms, but you look at that from Jocko. He's literally just walked out by himself to the right-hand side of ramp. He's got no protection in there from obs. He's got no protection from his teammate, and Maka's still coming down from ramp. That was a round that should have been a retake, should have been a successful one. That's a gift there from 9.
They realize that it's just one. Last round that they won was not connected in succession, so a tactical timeout comes in to discuss the forward plans. Because they must know that Looking4Org are going to have a bye here, and it's going to feature the AWP of Maka.
Yeah, we've seen Maka have some impactful moments over the course of yesterday's best of 3 and this best of 3. It might not always be the star individual, it might not always post the largest of numbers, but we know what he can be like in multi-frag sequences and just getting picks here and there. 9 have got to try and protect as much of this sort of round difference as possible in the first half.
Early smokes will come out towards the outside diagonals in play. But no major walk up from 9, at least not yet. Lucky is going to try and hold the angle. His teammate rotates in. Back up from Secret, it will be Jocko.
Hey, you've got to remember, the backup's a little bit more passive this time. We've seen Looking4Org really enjoy getting Lucky into almost what I would say is a high-tempo position on the railing up there from Secret. This time around, it's almost like they're tempting 9 to try and take Secret control.
Got a minute to play with. CTs, look at the close engagement. They could come on towards the outside position. Spams the AUGs. Haji will drop to the hands of Kai. Make their way in with that pick. Meanwhile, the T's are going to start walking their way into the upper bomb site. Exercise playing towards that hot position. Unawares of how close they might end up being, as Crosshair was nowhere near where he needed to be. Lucky will get one trade on outside, but it's still a 4v3 for 9.
That just feels like the perfect round there from 9. The fact that you're able to get a good kill outside and then you walk door, you feel there for Exercise, because a lot of the time if it is a top site hit, you maybe smoke off main, you maybe molly default, you maybe have a flash through the skylights, but because it's so dry and it's so silent heavy, you don't have that info. You're playing Tetris, you're maybe hoping to see some utility coming through from Hut, but nothing comes. He turns around on a swivel, gets caught on a timing, and there's just mass players out there indoor. That's a very good round from 9. That's most certainly the best round we've seen for them on T-side yet.
Looking4Org making the right call here as well, holding onto these guns because they've got no savings and no loss bonus either. Orb, M4, and AUG will be something to at least have into this next one. Buy potential from the other players, not all that great, so you won't be seeing any further rifles to join them. 9 will stack up 3.
It's going to be a very intriguing call here. I mean, obviously, the safer option is just to not buy anything and to use this almost as an eco round to try and get as much out of the 3 riflers as possible. I think a buy down here would be too risky, especially 5-3 up on the city side.
It seems to be the call here. A stop call, specifically. Further issues plaguing the Looking4Org side. So they might have a chance to rethink the idea of a buy-up at this particular juncture. But I think you are right. I think the call to make here is just not to bother with the investment, because you will have rifles in the next if you keep your float at 1900 at minimum.
I mean, the issue is, if you do save and everyone drops, you won't get the AWP next round. Like, that's going to have to be something that's in the back of their mind, is that could we go with a rifle investment next without the AWP? Is that something that we want? So this is a tough call to make, and this takes some guts if you do go for the buy down, because it is high risk.
Well, I mean, you did say, obviously, that the AWP has been a little bit less emphasized in CS2. So yeah. I wonder whether or not the situation is going to be, whether or not, if even are thinking about that as much as you would do in something like CSGO, for instance, right? And, you know, he's not like Maka is the top fragger of the board right now. It goes towards some of the riflers who are having some decent impact of their own right. So I do wonder at that. Maybe Maka just plays a bit more passively in this round. Maybe he tries to protect the AWP from much more a covered off angle.
Well, I think if anyone follows Looking4Org, you'll know that Maka is a much passive AWPer than the majority of them out there in Tier 2. He's a little bit more of like an anchor player. You'll see him on Ancient, play A anchor. You'll probably see him even holding Nuke, or Ramp, I should say, on Nuke a couple of times. So, again, a much more passive AWPer. Never tries to get that AWP into some high impact zones and super aggressively.
We'll find out exactly how far they're going to go with this particular round. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take it to a very short break. We're facing some technical issues, but when we come back, we'll roll on with the rest of... Okay, never mind. We are being informed that we're about to get back in. Yeah, there you go, Doig. See, someone behind the scenes has pressed the start button, so it seems like we're actually going to be getting into this one a little bit more quickly. Obviously, still facing those tech issues. But regardless, like, obviously, you are right about the situation at hand. I am a bit more enthusiastic about the fact that, that they would consider a buyback in the next round, even if they lost that AWP personally.
Yeah, and again, I think for 9, you've just come off of the back of winning a very good round, and you've come 2 in a row. So now they can kind of look at this T side as this is building opportunity for us. Whether they buy or not, we should still be able to win the round. At least that's going to be the mindset for their sake. They've got 3 saved in weapons. They can go very harshly and save. They can go very risky and buy up all the way. For 9, I think this is the best opportunity they've had in at least this map of Nuke to start skyrocketing rounds on T side, to start getting a really healthy streak together and causing themselves to be a threat on their map pick.
Well, as you said, that last rifle round win that they took was one of the most confident we've seen from 9 in the entire series so far. They look so proficient with the way that they handle themselves around that T side of things that yeah, you can expect that things might start to pick up from here. You got those 5 rounds on the part of Looking for Org, and now the Ts can certainly pick things up, right? That feels like to me that 9 have found their rhythm at this particular stage. So I don't think the challenges are over for the Frenchmen just yet.
I think the challengers are going to rely on the economy. I think that's going to be a hefty price tag for these last, 4 rounds and a half of who's going to get reset first. Who's going to be in a position where economies are being collapsed, that we're down to ecos and we're down to half buys and we're down to the non sort of quote-unquote rifle round consistently. I think the economy game is going to be key for both of these teams.
Well, we'll find out exactly where the economy is going to be for. Again, they have an opportunity to rethink their strategy if they wanted to force a round and get those rifles back in on the 2 players or whatever they can get on those last 2 players that did go down. So we'll find out shortly whether or not that's going to end up being the case. As you mentioned before, however, it probably would be the smarter call. So let's find out exactly what they're going to take. And they will go for an extra 5-7 on exercise. I think dropped off by one of the players that had them. Yeah, Jocko down to 1,500 there. So a slight increase on his own part. I'm not sure whether that would really be worth it, though.
Let's just try and see how much they can find out of it. Kyler walking through the door smoke. Well, Hadji should be a freebie at least.
Unless his back is turned, and the USP is going to get credited with a kill. So there you go. There's your starting advantage. Smokes in the way, so you can grab an AK and try and put some more fire down range and support the defensive on the site itself. Jedka is hunting for Lucky, but he can't see him yet.
Now, even without armor, that AK could be lethal. And Jedka and Kai to try and work on the outside. Lucky's hoping for a drop down, hoping for a cross to come down, playing super defensively and deep out from Garage. There's another kill.
Looking for another one as well to follow it up. Kai down, and Looking4Org have played this one to absolute perfection, punishing the small mistakes and taking every angle they can, taking every player they see. And they won't get away with all 5 alive, but that AWP should stay in regardless. That is a hell of a steal for Looking4Org.
And you have to question the call there from 9. Yes, okay, Kyler gets a pretty good timing. He's able to get outdoor undetected. Is that the right call to make on what is either a force buy or a half buy with a saved in 3 rifles for a solo lurk to try and work outdoor himself? For Hadji, he catches a good timing. He gets that first kill, and you could just feel that that one starter in the round for the French, it changed the complexion entirely.
Their economy woes have recovered for the time being for it. Only 1 AK got saved. And 9 can only buy back 2 Galils and a Tech 9 to support the rest of the investment. Utility set and ready to go for what seemed to be a very fast upper take.
Yeah, Exercise just jiggling. As soon as he sees a flash, as soon as he sees contact, that incendiary is going down.
Here comes the flash. Incendiary, a Molotov comes out from the T-side line. Exercise are going to stop them, and they will be forced to cancel for the time being. Will they pick it up as those flames clear? There's counter smokes also inbound. The blind sprays from both sides do damage, but Kyler is the man credited with the kill.
You look at this for 9 and think, okay, you've brute forced that first one. What's next? Is it to go back towards outside? Is it to double pump the top side to take ramp? Whatever their option is, it's going to be dry, because look at the util. A single molly, a single flash, and a smoke. That is it.
AUG just set AWP for Maka. And try and lean towards outside, try and hunt for the players that might be there if possible. Time is of the essence for 9.
Triple A as well. This is such a trap if they can get up.
Molly out for Lucky. He stands in the flames and stands his ground to get 2 kills and bring it in to a 3-on-3. The AWP of Maka next up to task. He's got backup up in heaven, but that could be negated by Hades on a long enough timescale. Again, the concern is going to be that timer. Goofy, known, 15 seconds. Hades closing in ever so slowly. No one is considering this. Finally, Jocko looks back there, but Hades still wins the fight, as does Goofy, as does Jedka. With 8 seconds to spare, 9 take a 4th.
You could feel like the gates were just about to open, that they were so ready to pounce. But you're right, you have to slow that round down. And my goodness, if you're 9 right there, those nerves are kicking in. When you see the clock get down to 8, 7, 6 seconds, there is not a lot of time to act, but enough time to make that play happen. Jocko even watches for that wraparound in from heaven, but still gets caught off guard from it. And as soon as Hades gets that kill, it's just everyone collapses. Everyone panics. There's comms flying everywhere. There's players looking everywhere. And that's when 9 could just overwhelm 8 completely.
First tactical for Looking4Org in this map up. 1 away from winning the half, and that really should have been theirs for the taking, right? That down to the last few seconds of the round, and they just didn't account for that backstab, and then as soon as it came forward, their chance to secure 7 has gone out the window.
That's what we spoke about at the beginning of Nuke and what we saw in the last map. There are so many rounds of literal fine moments. A few seconds on the clock, 1 kill. It's making huge differences.
Huge differences in the economy as much as the scoreboard here. Both teams are hurting for cash. Now Looking4Org going to suffer with the weak invite. The M4's out on 3. They're going to swing out aggressive and try and take some engagements out towards the outside. Hades good against Lucky. Maka only good for 1. Goofy's there for the responsive. And Haji should be a known entity here. The SMG's coming in to support, but it's far too late. It's just Exercise and Jocko on MP9s versus 4 of 9.
A very uncharacteristic round there for Looking4Org, but they have to do so because look at the buy. You're down to 2 SMGs, a few rifles. You want to try and keep it a little bit high tempo. They go for a super aggressive outside work, and to be honest, it is unsuccessful. 3 players dropping for just Jedka to die. It's not enough. And for Exercise and Jocko, you can double play up towards A. You can try a bit of a gamble stack, but there should be no way this round is possible for them.
Less than a minute. 9 know that they can just walk their way into the bomb site. They're going to put that smoke up towards the moon. Sure the Joker doesn't get anything out of this. He's still going to make his way forward, run and gun his way into victory and get very little out of it. Exercise also the known entity with that blind fire through the smoke. 34 points of health to win something. It's just not going to happen. The plant will be secured. And 9 will get to 5.
I mean, surely we get a tied scoreline here at the half, right? I mean, the idea of what the money state is for Looking4Org, they're going to be down to what? An SMG of an MP9, maybe at best. 5-7 armor and a bit of util. You're working with scraps.
Be the first 6 apiece score that I've ever casted in CS2, so...
Oh, why have you said that? Why have you said that? There's going to be a lobby crunch. Haji's getting 3. It's a done deal.
Caster's curse is not real. What are you talking about, Dwight?
Well, it won't be a lobby crunch. Lucky's very late to get out of spawn, but it could be a late pressing from lobby towards Ram.
No, they're going to stand the defensive. Downstairs into the B bomb site for Haji and Lucky instead. Exercise. They work with Maka on the outside. They've been smoked off at the diagonals again. Revealing themselves in a small capacity. That nade will not do much there for Jedka. There's a man working around the outside controlling Kai that might walk into the hands of Haji. SMG versus AK. But close quarters combat for the CT player, and he's going to catch that kill.
Yeah, Haji's got to be wary about that second player. Clear it out and then get over to the AK. Haji again with these opening picks. It feels like there's been so many rounds in this first half in which he's the one getting 5v4s.
Wrap that AK up into the heaven control and try and provide support to the upper bomb site. Lucky's going to remain downstairs. Look at Jocko. He has pressed in a little bit late, but the shots are missed out. He still gets Hades in the head. And now the CT start to converge upon the upper bomb site. Goofy and Jedka get those trades. Exercise is unknown, but Haji is. He's knowing where Kyla is. Jedka with the responsive, a 2 versus 2. With the last 2 CTs being on 5-7s. 1 on Maka. That has struck. Goofy's going to get the bomb down here on the B bomb site. Bend off the 2 recovered AKs of the CT forces. 1 of Exercise down at Decon. Maka inbound from Ram. Coming in real quick. sees the head of the man, but Goofy's heard the footsteps. He can adjust back at Old Toxic with some harder cover. And Maka on to try and take the steal away for Looking4Org. Checked his corner, sprays awkward, but it is good for the kill and good for the round. We do not get our 6 apiece. It's 7-5 instead for Looking4Org, up on the front foot for once. Will it remain on the T side? We'll find out after the break. Well, for once, Looking4Org are on the front foot, but the question is, will it remain that way? Dwayne, have 9 done enough on their T side to carry forward here on Nuke?
We saw 5 rounds against 1 win on the T side and 6 against Sinners, and both times they took Nuke comfortably. So I want to say, yes, it is enough, but now they have to prove it.
CT side to settle for the 9 camp in the pistol round. They got the Julies on the defense. Got Glocks out for Alpha O, ready to make their way into the upper bomb site, it looks like. There's smokes coming down. I think one of them might have missed there. HG's on position. And an engagement from the Julies that does take down Jocko. Hadji with a responsive. Kyler up in the rafters alongside Kai, who's going to get gooshed down and finally dealt with. He takes one player with him. Kyler up top, dealt with as 2 more kills come in for the T-side forces. It leaves Jedka alone in the 1-on-3.
Now, while it looked like initially a pretty strong defensive there from 9 with the trading game, it's a collapse. And now Jedka, the ramp player, has to try and come in with the 1v3. Player on default, players out towards main. There's players everywhere.
He's a very known entity. Peeks into 2 of them. Maka credited with the closer. A triple in for him. And an 8th for Looking4Org.
And now 9 have to make a tough decision, force buy or not. Obviously, we see less force buys now in the MR12, but you are down 5-8, and you've got to consider the likelihood that 9 have of trying to recover the opening rifle rounds, because think about it this way. If you give away an eco and you lose the opening rifle round of this second half, that actually could just be enough for Looking4Org to start pummeling rounds up and closing out this to a third map.
We've got our USPs and P250s and a Deagle out for 9 in this eco round, a much harsher one than any force spy could justify.
A couple of Zeus's as well for Kyler, Goofy, and Jedka.
Yeah, they're hiding behind the money line. Playing sneaky, because that's how you need to play with a Zeus to their credit, so. See whether or not they can get close towards the T side to grab any of those guns. We've got Kai back here as the man over at the garage position. No T's to face him, they're down in secret instead.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
Not a lot of noise being given away. And the last thing that Looking4Org want to run into is some sort of trap of a setup of 5 CTs to all be around the corner to swing on a contact. So the more map control they can take away, the easier it is to understand where it's open and where we can end.
Just checking all their positions for CTs that might be hiding. They don't know where a stack could be. As soon as they make their way into the B-bomb site, it'll be a free and open plant. And very little standing in their way. 9 might try and Hail Mary it and get these pistols into position to try to take some rifles out of the hands of the T side. Lucky and Hadji are there to deal with the first couple of contacts. The SMG might get caught off by Goofy. Indeed it is. It's not a major loss here for Looking4Org. And does go down at exercise anyway. So Jedka and Hades, last 2 players. Found one on Hadji. And the Deagle can't quite get the exit either.
4 more to go now for Looking4Org, and you can just feel that they're hungry to close this out. They're hungry to send it to a third map, to get out towards that Anubis, and really rock the house like they did against Monty. I mean, that performance that we saw from them on Anubis, it almost made Monty look like fools. It looked like they had no idea what to do to counter it, that they were just completely all over them. They're in a good position right now. There's no denying that whatsoever. You look at even the opening rifle round of this second half, and it's going to feature 4 M4s and a single MP9 for Kyler.
Yeah, L4O. Going to get through the rest of Nuke before they can think about Anubis yet. 4 in the lead, 4 to the win. Rifles will come back in for the 9 count though, and look at Goofy. Look at how aggressive he's going to get for it. Didn't quite see anyone ahead of that nade. Didn't get seen either. So we'll hold this aggressive angle only for a moment though.
Yeah, that breakage of smoke was so close to a contact between Lucky and Goofy. And in the end, he waits it out. He re-smokes off towards the door. Does not go in for a jiggle before it blooms. And Kyler, good position to play that MP9. Play it top hub, play it somewhere close range to defend against the A-pop. Minute on the clock, and we still haven't seen much of a contact from either squad.
Going to be ticking by a little bit closer before Looking4Org can really act. They have a habit of running this timer low. We've seen that plenty of times over the course of this series and the last. 45 seconds now. Jocko and Hadji trying to take point inside a heart, waiting for the utility to come in from the roof, and one out sweep door onto the mini control. Counter incendiaries are there for the CT forces, but unable to use them in time. Kyler caught, Goofy down. 3 left standing for 9. They're shut out of the A-bomb site.
Fantastic entries there coming through from Jocko, and very good utility support. You could just feel that the flashes were just so on point to allow him to get 2. Kai gets spammed up in the process, and I mean, look, this is getting closer to a done deal now. That opening rifle round was pivotal. It was absolute survival right there from 9. And not only have they lost the round, but they're only saving 2. They're not even saving 3 in the entire round itself.
Well, I did ask the question whether 9 had done enough on the T side. You implied that you thought that they might have done, and Looking4Org have other things to say about that. Might even go hunting as well. Had you seen the man? He knows that Hades is out there. He's calling in for backup. Can they get him? Can they get Jedka? Hades standing to fight, going down to the AK. One more M4. This would be disastrous for the economy state. Jedka takes plenty of names with him. But Looking4Org get away with the 10th round, and they've got cash to spare.
No, they really do. And this is going to have to be the comeback of all comebacks for 9. I mean, 5-10 down. If you save 3, you had the opportunity of buying around it. If you save 2, you had the opportunity of buying half and still having a somewhat decent buy. Now you've got nothing. So even the eco is going to be limited. And we've got to be looking at an 11-5 kind of scoreline. And at that point, the mistakes that you can offer are so minimal, because if almost any of them come through, that's just going to be enough to turn it into 13.
Not much for 9 to play with here. Looking4Org, looking for the closer, and they're getting closer to finding it. 3 more rounds to go. Secret being cleared up, and they're just going to storm their way into whatever pistols can really they can really find. The damage may be viable for 9 if they can take any players with them. 3 casualties in the previous round, 3 casualties in this round could give you some money troubles if you can reset them. So keep your eyes on those upgrade pistols, and we'll see whether 9 can pull anything out of the hat, particularly against Lucky here.
I'm really liking the disciplined nature of this T-side default. It's so defensive right now, and yeah, okay, Lucky didn't see that player out towards roof. I think that's a locker smoke being lined up. Kylan could just get the jump onto a kill, but Lucky's still alive, and now that opportunity's gone.
Still try fight for him. Oh, what a flick straight to his head. Good night. Same story for this round as well. They're making the way to upper. 3 players in at mini, 4th man towards outside, going to get out of secret and be able to get this bomb down without much issue. I say that, and Kai is holding the ladder here. He's looking in through the vent gaps. Rarely see this from the CT side. He's missed his window against the bomb carrier. His teammates are starting to fall around him. Hades down, Goofy gets 1 pick outside the lock, is dealt with by Haji. Now Kai and Jedka are the last 2 players that remain. The bomb should get planted. 10 seconds. Oh, Kai's been seen by Jocko. They check it in the end. And the last player will fall.
Yeah, the issue is you never want to fire while you're on the ladder, do you? You want to make sure that you can at least pop the vent and then fight straight away. But you're almost hoping that you can get a bit of a crossfire, maybe a little bit of help from your teammate Goofy outside to get up to heaven. Not to be. 6 rounds to the difference right now. And it just feels across the board for 9, they haven't felt themselves like they were in map number 1. It hasn't looked comfortable here on Nuke. They've been tested individually, not getting star levels of impact. Even Kai down to 3 kills. We normally look at him as being one of the stronger riflers on the team.
Hades trying to see if he can make up for some of those numbers. Outside control of the forward contact man. It's Goofy, the man that's really been going ham here for 9. Even he's behind the likes of Haji and Lucky, the 2 top players for Looking4Org. One of which just went down. Goofy finding the middle of the smoke.
A very good pick started off. Oh, the spam bullets are getting ever so close. The NWP towards outside will not be baited. So Exercise is going to fall. And Looking4Org don't have much to work with other than ramp.
Try and dive down there, provide support from the 2nd and 3rd players in from the vents. But Jedka holds the corner angle. Mack gonna wrap that corner. Get found first and foremost. Jedka going for the aggressive swing and does pay for it with his life. Takes more damage, but Haji is taking names. Doesn't quite take Kai's though. It's Jocko. Now the man to clutch it. 1 versus 3 for him, and the CTs are extremely close and closing in.
He wants to deal with Kai. Smoke off the double doors. Get frag in there from observation. Maybe even tapping the bomb. I mean, a stick is going to be so difficult with the spam.
Gets it anyway, but tagged up heavy Kai there to close him down in the end. And 9 will have themselves a 6th follow-up upon the Looking4Org side. They're first in the CT half, L4O. Do have money to play with, though, so they're going to go back in with another buy.
I'm a little bit surprised that Haji actually stuck it all the way there, because, like you mentioned, there's heaps of cash. They didn't exactly need that bomb plant bonus. I thought trying to tap it and draw some further fights and keeping it more expensive on the CT line could have been the objective. There is a tactical timeout coming through, and I think one thing that's obviously a realization in that round was obviously the opening pick that got lost and then the second one from the outside. So maybe realizing that they gave away too many opening man advantages without creating too much space is something that's going to be addressed coming forward.
It's the 2nd tactical called in by Looking4Org. Nine. Have to face them on another buy. Have to face the full set of AKs. Facing in the back foot as well. 5 to make up, only 2 for the Frenchman to take it. Take us to Anubis. Let's see what change-ups will be made to the tactics here for the T half of things. Spread out default, mostly upstairs in lobby. No commitments just yet.
Kyler, we're waiting to see if there's going to be a peer around, a breakage in smoke, a slight pin in there from the door control. Exercise trying to work the outside by himself. The diag smoke, the flash up from Secret. Exercise could not deal with Kai.
Wasn't sure where to look. Worried about the gap generated by that nade as it started to fade up. He looked back at the wrong time. Advantage sits with 9. It's extending with the damage of the utility coming in against those boys. And Nathan Lucky trying to look for Kyler, sees him, gets that spray, brings it back to even. Can they get Goofy? No! Goofy's going to line up 2, but Maka will get the trade. It's still favourable to 9, and Hades next to task. Or is he? Jedka in the backstab, dealt with by Lucky. He's also low. Is Kai being prepared for? No, he's not. It's Maka to clutch.
And Maka's on T-roof, and they've got full lobby control. Where is Maka? They must have thought that he was throwing util in from lobby. He can get outside, he can try and regain lobby. I like this from 9, play super defensive. Yes, they're not playing together, but they're not playing aggressive. They've got time on the clock. They can give the respect to Maka to get a plant here.
Upper or lower? Where does Maka want to go? Less than 30 seconds to decide it. Vent being considered, Mini being checked. The player in heaven have to be accounted for. Plant comes down on the upper site, will be heard there by Hades. How will Maka deal with him? His back is turned to the AWP for now. So focused on the back lanes, but now should realize that every angle is an angle of attack here for the 9 side. They're both going to come in from the same. Maka is going to try and flank them. The bomb's not planted for Heaven, though, so if they get on the defuse, they'll stick the whole damn thing. He's got to get one of these kills, and you've got to get it pretty quickly. On the rafters they are. Now up to the bomb site. Smoke down. Kit's in play. Maka's got to strike quick. He's going to strike quick. Going to look for Hades. Going to catch the player upstairs. He's just far too slow on this. He'll get both the kills, but he will not get the rounds.
I think Maka's played that to absolute perfection. You're absolutely right, though, Jay. It's not planted for him, but you have to look at that from his perspective. He's not seeing anything. He doesn't know. Are they coming from lobby? Are they coming from Heaven? At least, if they don't stick it, I win that round. He knows to themselves, if it gets tapped once, I've won that round. If they stick it, it's a done deal. It's one of those in-the-moment decisions, and unfortunately, it doesn't come through. It makes it expensive. Even this next rifle round coming through from 9, there's going to feature an MP9 for Kyler. There's still reset chance.
Look at Kai trying to aggress alongside Goofy. Got Exercise that's waiting for them. Utility was put out there from both sides. The smoke's in. Suppression held, and Exercise just waits. He holds his nerve for 9 to come to him.
So they're actually playing no one on A. They've got a Heaven rotate, they've got triple outside and 1 ramp. This is a really gimmicky rifle round setup from 9.
Will it catch Alpha O off guard? Will they be thrown off by this? Still a minute to play with, and Looking4Org are yet to truly act on a bomb site. Minute to go. They form up inside.
Oh, they've gone outside, and Exercise has been dealt with, and Kai's seen nothing else. That's great info, because now they know it's either an inner take or a ramp take.
Advantage 9. Mac is so wary of the further push.
He's trying to set up smokes, but the problem is because they still maintained outside from Goofy, they still know that there's nothing outside.
Looking4Org going to have to make a move soon. Time of the essence. Hadji making a ton of noise as well, so they're aware that something's going on there in lobby. 2 players on the defense. Kai on it, Tetris. There's Kyler up on the rafters. Smoke's thrown. Molly set. Utility inbound for Looking4Org. Late set piece. Will it be enough? Lucky is caught. Jedka with that kill. Kyler's going to drop the drop code, who doubles up, looks for the triple. Kai and Jedka still hold their nerve to the inner takers. And Hadji with the outside players way too late to do anything about this. 9 will get to 8. Looking4Org. Are they about to bottle this?
Well, you look at that round and think that was very creative coming through from 9. Because one thing that obviously we didn't really see was the double Africa setup. Now, Kai gets the kill onto Exercise. He looks at the death cam and he hears and sees Kai running away. So straight away, even when Maka does the outside util, because Goofy is still Africa, they know it can't be outside. It has to be an inner take or it has to be a ramp take. And they're just being read. Read like an absolute book in that last round. Yes, it's a great double entry from Jocko, but it doesn't mean anything. There's so many players on A.
Now Looking4Org have issues with money. Talked about the reset potential for 9 of that previous round, which certainly would have won them the map on the Frenchman. But here and now, 9 can close the gap even further. Those nades to the diagonal smoke's actually going to be a ruse as Kai peeks ahead of the fast smoke. The near smoke was what was cleared up. The killer's found against one of the 3 AKs they have in play. The second one's been tagged heavily, as is Jedka.
Jedka just knows he has to fight here, because if a HE comes, he's dead. Oh no, the HE misses, no way!
And the missed utility gives Hades a perfect line in to get a kill and hit the wall bang on Hadji as well! Oh my word! 9 starting to find another level here and Looking4Org are paying for it. 2v4. Where do you fight from this? You finally get Hades back, but you're pressing into Kai, who's so ready for you.
Oh, Jocko, he's done so much in this game already. He's done so much in this T side already. But this is another one of these rounds. You've got the bomb on your back. You can't go hell. You don't know if they've retaken lobby. Do you try and go down to the lower bomb site? You've got no util. You can't smoke anything off.
Goofy playing passive, knowing that Jocko has the pressure on him of the timer. He is on the site. He's got no utility. The best he can do is stick the plant and hope for the best. Tapping out Decon, double doors opened up, attention drawn away, a second tap for the swing and the kill. Now he's got to stick the full-blown plant. They're coming in very quickly. Kyler almost baited, but now stalling away from the time. The AWP shot misses, and Jocko has just got to try and stay alive as best he can. Up close to catch Kyler and turn on Kai for a very sick sequence. It's a shame that it just doesn't get the round.
You have to look at that, though, and say there's still reset potential. That's what's so fascinating about some of these rounds is, yes, they're being won by 9, but they are being won with very few players staying alive. This is another rifle investment with a lack of investment. You're going to have no AWP to come through from Hades, and MP9 down for Kai. Yes, they tried to get the casualty after time, but that round actually really hurt them on the hunt in the end.
Only upgrade pistols for Looking4Org, so they might lose out this reset chance against 9, who are looking for the lobby crunch right here. Lucky's going to read it, recognize now that they are going to have all sorts of map control above them.
They were so late to buy. They were so late to get out of spawn, and now it just means they either need to regain lobby control or work outside, because it's just been completely taken.
They are all bunched up here outside of spawn. No lobby presence. Only now is someone trying to look towards that outside position in Jocko, his AK, hoping for a pick or two. Very little is seen of 9, though. A minute on the clock.
Now, LFO just need to slow this round down completely. This HE could do quite a bit of damage when the smoke clears.
Lands on Hadji as he gets away from it. About as far as it can go for now. Looking4Org have to gain this part of the map. Are they seeing the gun barrel of Kyler? I think they are. Jedka is wary of it. Hadji's going to try to take this corner, and Jedka's going to win the fight, not the second. Kyler's there to trade against the AK-47. Exercise that to the P250. Goofy comes up with his pick of the rounds. Backs off towards the site defensive because time is of the essence for Alpha O.
Now, there's at least a couple of rifles to work with. Molly bounces out there towards the closed vent corner. They need to deal with Goofy on A.
Lash turned away from Exercise, of Molotov sent up towards Heaven, but the player on the bomb site itself is going to be the concern, as is the SMG in the rafters. Kai closing in against Exercise. He can't hold on forever. 10 to the board of 9, Looking4Org. Their lead has been closed up to a single round in the deficit. They held on to their money. They'll have a buy here. This might have to be where they do it.
This has been 5 in a row for 9. And again, we can keep hyping on the opportunity of that reset, that opportunity of the double eco for your opposition. But it's still 5 in a row. It's still 5 very strong rounds from 9 to claw their way back into this second half. Another tactical to come through from Looking4Org. Because again, it's felt close. It's felt like there's been opportunities again in the late round situations. I mean, the issue is here, even though the money in the reserve is low, this is probably the best rifle round investment we've seen from 9 in a while, right? Because think about previous rounds. There's been like Kai on an MP9, or there's been Kyler on an MP9, or even Hades has been down on an M4 rather than an AWP. This time around, you've got full util sets, you've pretty much got kits on 2, you've got an amazing amount of rifles to work with, and that AK for Kai too.
This will have to be the round for Looking4Org. Back pockets of 9 will have no income and no savings. They could still win this at 13-10, but it all rests on whether round 22 goes their way. If not, 9 would at least get match points. They're going in quick, at least as quick as you can be ahead of the smoke, and Goofy with his blind spray reads Hadji well. Jedka catches Lucky downstairs. And it's all falling apart at the seams for Looking4Org. 9, the 5-on-3, making it 2.
Oh, they're crumbling. They're falling apart. The bomb tried to go in for the vent dive, and it can't even get out a door. Jocko's been seen. No one's even really taken damage. What an unbelievable round this has been from 9. Everyone alive. How many AKs can they get? 1, 2, 3. Not quite one onto Kyler, but I don't think that matters. No bomb plant. No real attempt at being able to make that round being a threat. 9 are clawing in this comeback right now.
How surprising has this turned out? Looking4Org not immune from the comebacks of their opponents. And they're forcing into round 23. They're going to try end it in regulation. They do not want to play overtime.
And remember, Jay, they were 3 for 3 attacks. They don't have another one to use for a round like this.
Have one in the OT if they can get there, but the situation still dire. Look at Kyler. Look at how close he is. Lucky has no inkling of the man in the corner. Mac is wary of it, so will tap his way forward. Lucky does manage to find a pick. There's Goofy down. Are they aware of the player in the corner? Not yet. Kyler gets a pick and finally is overwhelmed by the T-side forces. Kai is low, looking to engage. Exercises Scout can finally take him back. And at long last, Looking4Org have an advantage.
Oh, this looks like the steal. Hades towards outside, needs to deal with the dig, and he's seen him on the jiggle, but it goes both ways.
Jocko just backs off. No sense in taking that fight. Where is Jedka in all of this? He's up in the rafters. The T's don't know. And Hades been baked right out into the open. Exercise lands a shot. Hades cannot get the kill. And Exercise's second face will close out on the AWPer. Now it's up to Jedka, who's hoping they hit the A bomb site, because that's the only way that he wins this round. The bomb is downstairs, though. Exercise has snuck past. This will be a plant, and this will not be a retake.
Jedka's got to hope he holds on to this AK to at least bring that forward into the next round. What a round from Exercise. He's got 2 kills with a scout outside. That was a real chaotic round, and you could feel it in there from the door control. I mean, Lucky, I'm not really sure how he was able just to walk out main to A like that, undetected completely.
He has now. One more player out towards Heaven. Hadji gets him. Free AK, not like you need it. 9 needed it. They will go in for the investment that they can get out of this last round of regulation. Looking4Org, looking for map 3. And they are on for one more round to get it.
I can't believe that's the round to get map point. How incredible is that? That's not even the force buy. It's not even the rifle round. It's the light upgraded eco to try and get as much out of it as possible. Tactical timeout coming through from 9. They've worked so hard to bring this back. The idea that you were down at the turn of the half, then you lost pistol, you lost anti-eco, you lost first rifle round. I mean, they didn't have many, I suppose, opportunities to at least start in the second half. It was pretty much once they were up against everything being over was when we started seeing rounds come in.
They'll get all guns, no expense spared, no limitations on the weaponry, at least for 9, certainly for the utility basis. Have the smokes on all 5, have the incendiaries on 2, 1 HE, and no flashbangs for the CT forces. Heaps of them are for Looking4Org. We're going in fast for an engagement out towards ramp initially. They're looking to press on, but Hadji's part of things. Might see some pressure against Jedka. Engagement towards outside as well for Exercise. Looks for his pick in, gets it. Damaged up on towards Hades, who does turn his AWP into a frag, but it's a 2-for-1 trade that favors Looking4Org here.
Jocko's got ramp, and Kyler, if he loses this fight, this could be round over.
Jocko gets it. Goofy, last man standing as Hades is found on the lower bomb site. And Looking4Org have finally closed. 9 will bring in home the comeback, but the Frenchman stand tall here on Nuke. Goofy will try go out in a blaze, but it's a blaze that will burn up very quickly. The utility sent his direction. He can swap to the AK. He's got to try this because he has no other choice. But now Lucky's in position, and Goofy is a dead man to Maka. 13-11, 1-1 of the series. Looking4Org are taking us to Anubis.
Just a crazy outcome completely. 11-5, 11-11, 13-11. I don't know what to say about that one. I think for 9, they'll be a little bit disappointed in themselves. They had an unbelievable streak of rounds on that CT side. You feel like the victory there. You feel like at least overtime is calling. And right at the end, you lose it to an eco, then you lose it to the next rifle round, and we're here at map 3.
Yeah, I have to concur on that particular point. That felt so difficult towards the tail end there. And 9, it's going to be heartbreaking for them to know that they damn near got it under control. But the very last hurdle is all you needed for the Looking4Org camp. And now they look towards this final map. We saw them do stellar things against Monty on it yesterday of Anubis. Will it end up being the same case against 9? We'll take a short break and we'll find out how this series concludes when we return. Well, so far, Dwayne, I don't mean to brag, but I feel like that my hypothesis, my theory to Looking for Org is starting to come true. First portion of the series of the last 2 days have been very awkward from them, but second map, they're coming to their own. Yes, there was a bit of an awkward state there on 9 against them on Nuke, but they got it through towards Anubis, and this could be where things get absolutely stellar. You mentioned before we went to break that this is a map that they did so well on against Monty. I'll remind everyone of the scoreline. 13-4 in yesterday's best of 3. Is that going to repeat here and now?
Well, I can't get on the bandwagon of your hypothesis. What I can do is go in fact and say that Looking for Org have struggled on T-sides. It doesn't matter which half it is. No matter if it's the first half or the second, their T-sides have been weak. And I think it showed there on Nuke that the round that even got them to the map, it wasn't even a rifle round. Like, that's what makes it so much more insane. Because if that eco just goes as normal ecos do, and then they win the next rifle round, we're in overtime. It's a completely different story. So I think right here for Looking for Org, they've at least given themselves a chance to go to map 3. And I look at their Anubis, and if we're just looking at the trap records, yes, it's 5-0 for 9 and 8-3 for Looking for Org. I still rate Looking for Org's Anubis to be better.
Well, again, you talk about the T-side weaknesses over the course of the last 2 maps, and again, in yesterday's series, that didn't apply towards yesterday's Anubis, wasn't it? It was a very dominant T-sider, an 8-4 half on the first half where they took over against the Monty side and then steamrolled on the CT side as well there. So perhaps this one could be the winning factor, right? If T-sides are a struggle, you take to a map where they don't have T-side issues, and suddenly you're looking at a very dominant end to the series in theory.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, for 9, again, they're on a 5-game winning streak of Anubis. We obviously haven't seen it without Minio because all of their officials were with him. Their last official was against Big that went into an overtime. Everything before that, though, Pompa, Falcons, Petra, Ikla, it's not screaming high levels of Tier 2, where at least when you look at Looking for Org, we've seen close games against Spirit, we've seen wins against Big, we've seen wins up against B&E on this map, we've seen at least competitive affairs in some of the higher end of the Tier 2 teams. So I think the sample size is a lot larger, and if you just want to take into account what we saw yesterday, like you mentioned, 8-4 half, you get into the second half, they just steamrolled them. It really did not look like Monty had much of a chance on Anubis whatsoever.
Just to dive in a little bit more on those previous results for Looking for Org, right? All their losses have still been very close. They've at least been on the 10-round marker, if not being pushed to overtime in the case of Spirit. And then all their wins have usually been against those high-level squads, some of them being one-sided in certain capacities. So it shows that they've got massive potential to really take over in a map like this. So I'm very encouraged where Looking for Org are going to go on this one. I think we both predicted Looking for Org, if I remember correctly, at the start of the series, which seems like it's going to work out that way if all goes to plan. For 9, though, what are the things that they can do to try and throw the plan off?
Yeah, I think for 9, it's just to be as consistent as possible, maybe. I mean, you look at that second half and you think they had to work really hard to even make it a contest. They were down 5-7, they were down 5-9, or 5-9, 5-10, 5-11. It got to a point where it felt like it was done pretty much at the 5-11 marker. So I think for 9, it's just being as consistent as possible and not allowing in any stage, whether it be the first 5 rounds or even the first 5 rounds of the second half, that there's like a huge disparity in the scoreline. They've got to try and keep it competitive from the word go.
Well, who's been the most consistent element of 9 so far then?
In terms of players, probably Goofy. I think he's shown some pretty good rifle packing out there in the first map and the second. I'd normally say Kai. Like, that's normally my go-to. But Kai really struggled out there on Nuke. Yes, okay, he picked it up a little bit on that second half, but there was a point where he was like 3-15, and I think that is a worry, because normally you look at that consistent Kyler, Goofy, and Kai pack, it's normally Kai that does the majority of the heavy lifting. He's normally the guy towards a higher end. So if they can get him more involved on Anubis than he was out on Nuke, that will at least be a helping hand.
Well, meanwhile, for LFO, in that last map, they started to get a really even kill spread. So once again, there is no key star. There's been a lot of individual impact on these players, and that could come into the fold as well for this map up overall. Based on what we saw against Monty yesterday, right? Who do you feel like is the one player that could really make the most difference for the LFO side?
Oh, it's got to be Lucky or Maka. Or I should say Lucky and Haji. Like, between those two guys, they're just solid riflers. T side, CT side. I remember Lucky, I mean, outside B on the T side, just always a threat. I think he's very good at picking his right timings. You'll see him on T side, he'll break the smoke, he'll look in for a peek at Temple, the back of Dark, in there to the backside. He's going to be someone that needs to be dealt with on T side with some of those late lurks. He always catches really good timings.
And it was Exercise that was the man that actually ended up taking top rank position in that last map up on the stats basis. So there's a lot of great individuals, again, moments from the Alpha O side that have done really well when it comes to making impactful rounds. And in general, if you balance all that out, it does indicate to me that all things should point towards the Looking4Org side. Of course, I predict them in this series. I'm going to stick by them for this Anubis sort of matchup. And for Nine, I think you've got to give them a lot of credit so far, right? Because we didn't have a lot of stock in them because of the standing situation.
Yep.
Jedka's proven to be a very good element for them in this matchup. Whether it continues is yet to be seen, but they've done quite a lot more than I thought that they would do, especially on that Nuke.
Now, when you compare the last two results, again, you faced off against one win, then you had to play Sinners, and now you have to play a Looking4Org that beat Monty yesterday. It's a tough draw of matches, and it gets tougher and tougher, and the fact that they're still here, the fact that they're still competing and still holding their weight does show a lot of positivity. At the same time, I think what's going to hurt them a lot in this series was the potential of the 2-0, was the potential that they could have closed it down on Nuke. The fact that we've actually been pressed to a third map, oftentimes, that's where you look at the favored team and say, right, this is where they're going to close it now, and this is where they're going to get their 2-1.
And if they do end up getting a 2-1 as well, you're going to look at that scoreline on Nuke, 13-11, and think, man, if a few more extra rounds would have given them that, if they kept that hype train running, if they didn't lose out on that anti-force buy round, if they didn't bottle it to give them the match point over on the Looking4Org side, then that would have been the way in which they would have actually taken over and hold on to the 2-0 of their own right. So the fact that that is a consideration is probably going to be the thing that we look back on and say that's what lost them the series. How much is that going to weigh on the minds of Nine going into the last map?
I don't think a huge amount. Again, I think for Nine, they have to be realistic with themselves and think we need to take this one map at a time. We're out without our in-game leader. We're playing a first best of 3 with a stand-in here of Jedka. Their expectations probably aren't going to be their highest. The expectation looking into it is that we've kept it competitive. Let's just try and push for more. Let's try and see if we can not only attack the opposition in this third map, but let's try and see if we can push it to a victory overall.
Well, all eyes are on Nine to see what they can do here in this final map of the series, where they're looking for. We're going to make it a simple affair. We were almost ready to get started with it. Unfortunately, in being told we're being a little bit delayed to get into this final map of the day. So we're going to head towards a short break, and when we return, we'll kick things off on Anubis to see who's going to their semi-finals and who will just have to set up all the quarters. So don't go anywhere. We're back in a few. Here we are then, back and ready for the final map-up of this best of three. Looking4Org are looking for a quick one. We expect it might end up being the case. It's Anubis to close out and see who's going to the semi-finals. 9 stand on the CT side to start things off.
A double Julie set coming in, but they're actually separated from one another. Kyler playing out to the Ace site and Goofy playing in from Electric. It seems like there actually could be a very fast A-pop here.
Flash in against Kyler, going to force him right back out. Hades there to provide support. Decent flashback in from Kyler, does provide support for that one kill. Even a TK in from Haji as Hades gets his headshot, and they reduce them to 1 on the Looking4Org side. No trades have been found by them. Lucky will try his best to get something, but all 5 are alive for 9 as they start things off stellar in the pistol round.
I think it just shows how good that counter flash actually was from the city side. A rush rugs coming through from Looking4Org, trying to get in really quick. You could see back there at the rug position, the flash to come in from A main to try and pop that close encounter and then just keep going. But as soon as that counter flash comes through from the rotation in from camera, those Julies are just going to rip at that kind of range.
That's the start that 9 would have wanted to take here against Looking4Org. Seems to be the case. Only 1 CT player to receive it this time, so here comes the util. Kyler will try to smoke it off. They will not cancel. They'll rush through, and Kyler will be there to receive the first. Not so much there as the second. Jocko and Haji will take 2 back with them.
Now, this actually could be an instant save if they're not able to get through camera. Think about the smokes that are still got to smoke. Keep wasting time.
Got a couple of automatics to play with as well. Mac 10 on Haji, the M4 and the MP9 recovered on Jocko and Exercise. Jedka and Goofy will be the forward contact men. Engagement found. The Tech 9 can take back the trade as Exercise is the man to fall in Jedka's place. Goofy also seen up close with the Tech. Can't hit the headshot. Goofy is going to get back out of dodge. Haji to find his backup. He's the lone man to reduce it to a 1 versus 1, but with no kit on his pouch, there's no time to get the defuse, and therefore this retake is a lost. Looking4Org clap back.
That's got to be such a good feeling if you're backup, because you're literally trying to keep the team positive, but you're also telling them we're doing the exact same strat as what we did in the last round. Now, obviously, it was slightly different. They didn't have the rug flash to get in from A main, and they set up the camera smoke and the molly out there towards Bricks. But from the initial line of defense, it looks quite positive from 9. The resmoke comes down to A main. The first kill comes through from the rifle. But then instantly, between, Haji and Jocko, they open up the bomb site. They're the winning elements.
They're the elements that rightfully get the AKs now on the rebuy back. 9 will also force the issue. So we're in war of attrition time here.
I feel like it's going to end quickly, though. I mean, you look at the buy state in comparison to one another. This looks really promising for a 2-1 start that can then make it 3-1 for the French.
Well, so far, not a lot of damage being done. Contact being attempted out to Electric, and Goofy can find Jocko. This M4 becoming the main anchor point for the CT round. The Deagle of Jadica can provide support on its trade and grab the M4 once again.
Yeah, nicely done. Now, you've got a couple of players outside of B that can do a boost and peer over the top of that smoke. They are desperate for a fight back. Kai just about gets seen. That's an easy kill there for Haji.
Just barely poking above that smoke. As you mentioned, for Haji, it's easy. For Hades, it's an easy kill. For Exercise, the same. Kyler's P250 trying to fight at range. Should fall to this M4, and from there, Looking4Org will be able to maintain control of these individual fights. Bomb's going to be a little bit wary of going down, especially as Exercise gets tagged up to 2 points of health, so that's not encouraging for them. But they'll regroup and re-look back in for mid. Kyler's back is turned, but not quite caught off by Haji. Jedka catches the pick. Exercise is forced to trade.
And they know that Kyler was somewhere out there towards the canal. They're making quite a bit of noise, and Kyler can actually win this. This is very doable.
He's got to play silent, though. Can't afford to give away any information to his opposition. Exercise first man in, and he's to go down. Lucky based upon the same. And Kyler will hold us continuously. The force buy works for 9 as they regain the lead.
As soon as it gets into that 3v3 situation, I was sold that that round was over. And you think about the weapon advantage, the map control that got gained, but Exercise on low HP, getting dinked up in the process to the top of the stairs. It gets uncomfortable there for a moment. Maybe they thought that Kyler would have over-rotated out there in the canal and over towards A. I think that's quite an uncomfortable round for both teams, isn't it? And that is a definite scrappy affair. And in the end, it doesn't work out for the French at all. 9 are in a much better position now. The force buy has to come back in for the French. And it just hurts because rounds like that, especially if you're not going back and forth, and as soon as one team breaks 2 in a row, you can just feel like the momentum in the first, 4, 5, 6 rounds of the game, they're just going to turn into a streak.
As you mentioned, Looking4Org will be back in with the buy, and they'll be looking to continue this war of attrition if they can help it.
I wonder if Maka just goes like straight away to an E-box pick, like just to try and get another, because he needs to get a start somewhere with that scout.
Well, let's find out. It's either set over towards the A half of the map. Alongside Exercise and Jocko, the two AKs in play. Down towards the canals and water positions, the AKs will be able to take point. The SMG of Goofy at range probably won't be able to see anybody. Got two individuals looking down that range to electric, so they won't be able to see anything just yet. They will see that utility though, so they don't know there's presence from 9. The Maka changes tact, but also gets smoked off on mid.
Yeah, once it's double smoked, there's not really much you can do off of the back of that. Now, they're taking A main control dry. They don't really want to be using as many of those smokes as possible. This flash assist could really help out Kyler, though.
Smoking the suppress for now. Smokes in mid and E-box should be able to clear up soon. See Vision and Molotovs continue to hold from Goofy. Maka is hungry to see him face. He's ready for a shot. Will it be a headshot for the kill, or will it just be a tag? Neither. It's smoked suppressive again.
And the problem here is you're desperate for the frag, but you're also wasting a lot of time. There's not been a lot of map control gained. Yes, they've got canals. They haven't been able to prod aggressively towards B main yet. They haven't been able to prod in towards mid. Even Goofy did not see Lucky. That's actually a bit of misdirection.
It won't draw attention away from the site just yet. They're just going to stack back into E-box and look over towards this canals angle. Dead cut. Facing on Maka. Quick shoulder bait. Hadji is going to get caught. Jocko with one engagement and a double up has been found. 4 on 3. B site's open back up. He's quick to try and get here, but he's facing into 3 players at a firing squad. Jocko credited with the casualty, and it's a 4 versus 2 for LFO.
Jocko's just had an insane round. A great bait as well. Hadji just had a Glock, and all his main projective was just to be a bait. Be the distraction. Allow Jocko to get the trade. Not only does he go 1 for 1, but he makes 3 entries possible on B.
Very nicely done. Kai sneaking in the back, caught off by Lucky. Kyler's AK. Only thing that can remain here for the CT side. They're going to try sneaking and try to catch Maka. He's successful in doing, but now Exercise is ready to receive. Sees the headshot, and Kyler makes an expensive round again for Looking4Org. So again, both teams getting off very awkwardly in terms of the players alive, and the economy say it's going to continue to be pretty low for both squads. But it is the round going the way of Looking4Org.
It's going to break. It's going to happen. It's just when and for who. You don't know. When you get rounds like this where both teams are buying up and both economies are just shattered completely, it could be one multi-frag. And I think that was a perfect example of that in that last round. There was not a lot of weaponry to work with for the French, and Jocko got 3 very impactful kills, round-winning kills. 9. I mean, now you have to look at Kyler and say, okay, yes, he's probably one of the A-side players, but he needs to do something with this AK. He's got to get us a frag.
It was down to the M4 that started things off in the previous force buy round for 9. Set things up for the overall victory, so perhaps Kyler is the main point of emphasis. Hades' Deagle, however, might be seeing first contact. Waiting and holding, seeing nothing of the T side here. Jocko, considering the push as Hadji continues to take point. When do they take contact, though?
So they're going to smoke off Temple, which helps the A-split potential to come through from Cam and from A-main. Hades, he wants to just get one and fade back in the smoke.
He does get one, but only one shot, not a kill. Kyle's engagement puts that AK at risk, and he loses it. Jocko, the frag found to start things off for Looking4Org. Suddenly, that A site is looking mighty light. I don't know if Kyler... Oh, the cat's been seen now. But lone defender overwhelmed by the mass T-side forces. The bomb will certainly go down from here. And the war of attrition has been broken, with Looking4Org taking the advantage and the lead.
I'm getting a feeling that we're going to see a good game here, or at least a good first half here from Jocko. With just some of the pre-aims and some of the quick, snappy shots that are coming through to kills. That's what you want from your entry fragger. 2 rounds back-to-back with a lot of impact. And Lucky just knows 1 more kill. It makes a difference. Yes, 9 are going to be on the eco next round, but if you can take another MP9 away, if you can take another piece of armor away, another dig, it all adds up.
Lucky does fine. Jed connects, looking for the last couple of players here. Are the T side. It'd be lovely to take these A little bits of Kevlar and whatever automatics they can find away from them. Still taking damage again, so it's becoming semi-expensive, but not as expensive as previous rounds. And all 5 will fall for 9, so there shouldn't be a buyback into the next. It should remain at a 3-2 and a lead to extend for Looking4Org.
And even though we kind of spoke about it at the beginning of the math, at the beginning of the show about Anubis, it's a 5-game winning streak for the likes of 9. One thing that also needs to be accounted is in Best of 3 history, in CS2, it's the highest pick map in the pool for Looking4Org. You've got Anubis at number 1, you've got Inferno at number 2, and then you kind of got your Nukes and your Ancients and your Vertigos a little bit further down than that. They play a lot of Anubis, and they pick a lot of Anubis.
USP's only for round number 6 here on 9. All stacked up in mid, hoping they can catch off some unlucky T-side aggression. 4 players up on the stack. Hoping they can find someone around that corner, but nobody's going to make their move in. There's still just a default prod for Looking4Org, so they'll draw attention away from the mid control. Jocko might have to face and fight them alongside Exercise here. Footsteps heard, they hear the stack, get the kill in, double up. It's going to get found as an AK dropped. Jocko's going to try and defend and make sure it does not fall into CT hands, so nothing gained for 9, the 4th on the board of the Frenchman.
Yeah, Kai and Kyler are the 2 highest rated players for 9 out on Anubis across CS2. You've got to start thinking to yourself on that CT side. We didn't see much from Kai out in that second map of Nuke. He had a very good performance out there on that first one of Ancient. What about now? 0-5 down for his sake. I think he's going to be a very pivotal player for 9's success in this first half.
Good to see that duo consistently doing well as well. Partnership that's been around since, I think, 2020, 2021.
Oh, it's been a very long time for those 2.
Part of Aves and Anonymo prior to that point. Right now here on 9, focusing on trying to keep the hurt up on Looking4Org. Of course, they have the investment into the next. Frenchmen are still playing careful and playing to find the picks of aggression from Jedka and Goofy. They extend out of B main and they lose their lives.
Yeah, they're very disciplined, aren't they? You can just feel the way that they played their T-side against Monty, slow the clock, wait for the CTs to make info plays, wait for them to make gambles. And yes, there's a quick pop in for a little bit of information, a little bit of a firefight out there from B main, but what they don't expect is 3 T players out of B.
Hades going to get another good go at this, but a dry face to give up his life. It's just easy pickings for the Looking4Org side. Mass stacked outside of that position. You've got Kyler on site and Kai rotating in slowly. Flashes to suppress, smokes to come in, and catching Kai with particular ease. Kyler can't even get an exit frag. All 5 alive for the T side.
Very good round, very strong. And you can pretty much tell in a round like that, as soon as they lost those 2 players popping into B, that round was over. Didn't really matter what happened from that point onwards, because you're going to get desperate. You're going to have to start making solo missions. And when that happens, if you're facing a structured team that are very disciplined, they will catch you off. They will have players ready on crossfires. And you could just feel in that round, it was swift. It was very clean.
Looking4Org will now put 9 into the deadly by Eco cycle. 1 rifle round converting into just upgrade pistols with the half invest. Lost bonus will now hit to max. Best they can do is bring out the 5.7s and CZs. Jocko has caught Kai first and foremost. Hades taking more damage as well. There's some dish back out to Jocko himself, but ultimately it's a far cry from what Looking4Org have done to 9.
And not the best of temple smokes. You can see that it's actually given quite a bit of leverage to the right-hand side. So they're anticipating a little bit of a walkthrough from the CTs. So they're watching out for it. Jensen and Goofy get nothing at all. Had you seen at least 2 towards A's, they can shift that bomb back over towards B, or they can just keep fighting Kyler.
Decent deagle shot. No more than that. Exercise there with the closer out from main. And even though it is 2 casualties, the money continues to build for the T's side. 4 players on 10k pre-buy. They'll have no issues reinvesting and getting those weapons back and afford the AWP if they really wanted to, but they've been doing pretty fine with the AKs on T side today.
Yeah, the difference of the round win percentages of both of these squads on Anubis between CT and T side is 8% more to the T side for 9 and only 4% to the T side of Looking4Org. So I think that shows for 9's sake, they really want to build more so on their CT side. I think that provides a little bit more safety than perhaps what it is to the opposition.
So far, very little has been built on CT half the 9. Oh, what a nade combination. Hades able to get Maka first and foremost. The kill found, and maybe that could be something to build off of. One opening advantage. Looking4Org happy to slow it down once again.
Yeah, we're definitely noticing a lot of that recently on the city side of Anubis. The double electric setup with the rifler throwing the HE to set up the AWPer for a pick. It's a good start, but how much more can get gained off of the back of it? Now they're looking into canals again, and they see nothing. No info whatsoever.
Minute on the clock. Exercise. Link up with his teammates, and now set a 4-man unit on to the B bomb site. You've got Goofy and Hades on the defense. Hades so focused there towards the E-box position. Utility coming down. A third man is going to join him in Jedka, so this could start to get interesting. Smokes across his blind sprays. The AWP has spotted them, but Jedka is going down through the smoke. So now down to 2 players on the defense once again. They're going to look towards Electric, and Goofy's only good for the 1 frag. The AWP up close. 26 seconds for the plant. It will be safe to the other side of the site, so Hades can't do anything to deny this. And get on through for the retake.
Oh, Hades stuck. He has to fight out in the open, and Hades now has provided himself at least some coverage, but Lucky out towards Electric, has to strike.
Needs to get a headshot immediately, and Hades reads his angle, gets the 3K, and secures the 3rd round for 9.
Yeah, you look at that entire pause there from Hadji, he just knows he has to keep fighting. He was the one that got the bomb down. He's trying to transition himself to get out to Electric, but gets caught in the open, and once they got the info that the AWP was there, they tried their best to trade it out, but in the end, a very strong round comes through from Hades. He starts it off with the opening pick, he ends it with 3.
And 3 to the good still for Looking4Org on the half tie-up. Still hunting for their half advantage, and they'll continue buying here. They've still got a little bit of savings even after this buy. Meanwhile, 9 are struggling to continue to invest into the high firepower weapons. Got a FAMAS, got an MP9. I've at least got the AK held and the AWP back for Hades the same. But all in all, the buy looks slightly better for Looking4Org here, and they're going to try and abuse that. A very aggressive play up towards mid. Kai can't adjust towards Jocko. The AWP of Hades hoping for a trade. Did not see Hadji there. He just holds his ground.
He's struggling. He's struggling immensely, and he's being punished frequently in this mid control. Kyler is on the front side of the util. The best that he can hope for is a 1-for-1 here.
Smokes back again onto the main entrance. Flash in, but Kyler going to keep him blinded. No one faces, though. It's all just a prod for Looking4Org, trying to bait some information in this direction, perhaps. It's carefully placed, and still they wait.
Kyler's alone in mid. He's pressing all the way forward, and he actually catches a pretty good timing. Because House is still smoked off, they can't trade about it. Exercise has taken full A main, so this actually could open up the opportunity of an A split now.
Maka, considering the dive down into canals, cancels it at the advice of Lucky. Hadji is just holding this corner here. 9 continuing to put smokes and utility down towards this temple position, but really the entrance to A is a key concern because both players are set out there here on the defensive line. 1 man in from main is going to be exercised with the late lurk, but the main force looks to attack. Kyler holds his ground, not for long. Hadji gets the pick up. Hades with the AWP shot, faces way too quickly into Hadji, who makes it a double and a site taken for the bomb plant.
A very quick flank coming through from that MP9 from Goofy, but he needs help from Jedka. There's no way he can do this by himself.
SMG and FAMAS. No kit in. Goofy known with the footsteps heard. The nade lands almost over half his HP. And the kill from Hadji comes easy as a result. FAMAS just got to get saved from here. There's nothing more that you can do.
And can we just say that there is a huge disparity of X factor right now in some of these rounds from 9 versus Looking4Org. Like, think about that round right there from Hadji. He's stuck in from mid. He's trying to work the slow passiveness, and eventually, bang, there it is. There's the A split. You've got your lurk from Exercise coming through for A main. 3 kills from Hadji. We've seen it previously from Jocko with triples. I think that actually might be a little bit of a difference maker right now. It's just the individuals right here for Looking4Org opening up opportunities, opening up bomb sites literally by themselves.
That's what we said their strengths were. Individuals having moments, and then eventually all those individuals coming together to make a cohesive team. And the kill spread is relatively even among the core four. It's Jocko, the man that's taken over and is currently top fragging in server. His teammates aren't far behind him, and all his teammates aren't far behind him all the same.
And I want to say right now, if this goes 9-3, I don't think there's a chance here for 9. Just with the way that Looking4Org are playing, the stabilization that they've shown, I honestly think that these last 2 rounds in the first half are literally survival for 9. They have to win them, at least one.
The only way I can counteract that is to say what they were doing over on Nuke there with the comeback, but even that wasn't turned into a map victory, so T-side needs a little bit of a buffer. 7-3 for now. Looking4Org, looking for 2 more. 9 looking to bring back 2 more. Penultimate round of the half, we'll see a rather broken investment from the 9 camp. That AK saved in by Jedka is going to be important to get what looks to be respectable, but still with a decent float to get the loss bonus back in to engage some more buys in the next round. The prod forward is completely dry because they know they can't be working with all that much in the utility department. Goofy is the first of all. Hades can't tap that CZ into Haji's head. But Lucky is there for the responsive. Hades still on site, can only go so far as that first kill. Not a second, not a trade, not a follow-up, and not a site defensive.
Kyler is going to attempt his very best of getting another exit frag. I mean, if they can recover a weapon, that would be even nice. And that also means for Kai to hold on. He's gone in for the hero investment this round. And I think this is where Kai and some of the other guys on the team have to try and work out a way to get him more involved. We know that Kai plays out from mid, and we know that he's constantly being rolled over. He's not finding that individual success that we know that he can.
He's getting the exit frags here to try and hold on to his rifle. It's interesting that the few kills that he has had very little impact in terms of the round victories. The gun will at least be held in for them. Oh, I say that, and Maka takes a face and takes it right back out of the fold, so not much gain. Even the damage done to the Looking4Org side is irrelevant at this stage. Last round of the half, they'll be buying in heavy, and they've still got players on $13,000. And we've got $5,000 at a minimum on Jocko, and he doesn't even need to buy, so they'll get the AKs out in full force.
And don't you think it's incredible as well that the first 2 rounds of the game we had was hyper aggressive, wasn't it? Those double A rushes. And look at how slow they've made every round after that. They've literally ran the clock in every default.
This worked. Yesterday they might have had some issues with the timer. Today that's not been the case, especially here on Anubis. Damage early on Lucky is 9. Found at least a small start, but nothing to really contribute to the round just yet.
Now, Hades needs to try and strike with a little bit of impact as well. He's brought that AWP out toward A, and unfortunately, we haven't seen many A works. It's mainly been take mid, take canals, and then work off of the pick. See where we've got the pick. Has it been a pick out to B? Has it been a pick out to mid? Jocko can start running forward with the molly towards the doors. Mid is open completely.
Jocko will push on 2 CTs and the main control to hold out for the defensive line. Hades connects his AWP shot, been very consistent when it comes to these high pressure engagements. Sees a second man of the shoulder base, the flashes go over. Jocko has been seen. Kyler cut down by Maka, but Hades is able to respond. Lucky comes back in mid and Kai is going to go falling for it. Bombs dropped in the open here. They need to converge in upon this site, and Hades is all alone for now. Rotations are stifled, and he's still hunting for more. Lucky has been seen and he's been found.
Now, Hades has had a round. He has had so much impact to deny this A split, and Exercise is the last one left.
1 on 3 for him. Hades looking for the quadrant to close, bake it in with the shots, and eventually does find his 4. For the 4th round of 9 as well, was that enough on the CT side? We'll find out after the break. 9 trail behind, Looking4Org, looking for another win. They did it at 7-5 over on Nuke. Have 9 done enough on their CT half to try and close this one out to their favor?
Now this pistol's going to dictate quite a bit, and quite a bit of contact out here towards Electric. Jocko only saw one, but he's going to start hearing players coming.
Redka first man forward. Jocko needs the headshot. Hadji can spam away with the duel. He's getting nothing out of it. Similar story for Jocko as he gets overwhelmed. Kyler has caught Maka elsewhere. Rotations are quick from the CT forces, but they get away from Electric. Goofy's still going to stand and fight at the doorway alongside Jedka's 3K overall to take an all-important pistol indeed for 9.
Yeah, very anticlimactic pistol. I think when you look at that bait and switch setup, you're half expecting the dualies to maybe get one, maybe even multi. You've got the USP to take the first contact, draw them in, but straight away for 9, they recognize that could have been a possibility, and they pre-aim instantly once they get into that Electric angle. Looking4Org crumble down to the B site, and crumble on the pistol means that they'll be down to a light eco come the next.
Harsh USPs. No choice in the matter. Just going to take this harsh one and look towards dealing with 9 in the future. Round 15 particularly looking for done by. Mollies are sent for Kai. His AK watching and waiting, spotting players. They make their way into the mid-stack until they can get some of these rifles out of their hand. Hades does go down, but not after taking 3 kills. And nothing that can really get gained here by Looking4Org. No recovered rifles. And nothing of much value.
No, I'm wondering here for 9 if they're going to upgrade this MAC-10 or not. I mean, they've got the money to keep it as a bonus. They've also got the opportunity to just get it into an AK and use as much strength going into round 15 as they can. If they do keep that MAC-10, the next question is, where's it going to go? Is it going to be pacey towards mid? Is it going to be pacey to Electric with a flash into the smoke? If they're going to use it, they need to try and get as much out of it as possible.
Let's see how they do this. Jocko and Hadji on the B defensive once again. 1 man in mid is going to be lucky. Jedka's going to try and hunt him through the doorway. E-Box might become a slight concern if Jocko wants to go aggressive, but they are being very passive about this Looking4Org. Worked well with the passiveness on their T side and the defaults. Bait 9 into uncomfortable territory and take advantage from there.
Now, Maka being a bit of a rotate right now between both A and mid to try and support his teammate of Lucky and, of course, the anchor player of Exercise. There isn't a huge amount of util left in the round for Looking4Org, so this is probably even tempting a slight info play from either the B players or from A.
Kai keeps them running into the smokes. Gonna hunt for Lucky at the doorway position. Maka not suspecting of him being there as of yet. It will start to look to the scene of smoke to clear up. He might see both individuals. He gets that first pick and that second. And Kai shows no prisoners, no mercy. Exercise surrounded by the entire T-Force. We're going to have to try and escape from heaven. He'll stand his ground, but will fall to the 3K as Kai has finally picked up the pace.
And that's probably the best round we've seen from Kai across the last 2 maps. So that's crazy to think about, but the impact right there is huge. You're sitting in the house smoke. Looking4Org haven't heard very much. They haven't seen a huge amount of utility towards mid. And it's just one of those positions where it is a slight overlook, isn't it? It's a little bit more tunnel vision to the other side of the door and of what's going on deeper in mid rather than what's actually quite close behind them.
And 9 can close the gap by yet another round. These guns need to stay in for Looking4Org here. They've got no cash. Kai will get caught off guard, so there's 1 exit, 1 survival kill from Hadji. Jocko's got 2 to find back towards Spawn. We'll get Hades, not able to hold on the Jedka. So Hadji is the only man that stays alive here. 1 player out of 4. Looking4Org. Take this next one on the chin perhaps and maybe have to go to evens.
Well, this is potentially where you try and set up the M4 to do something aggressive, whether you smoke off stairs and maybe pop aggressively from A or even have a drop down from mid. You're going to have to try and do something quite unique if you want to get impact out of it. I mean, yes, there's a auto shotgun being invested and passed over to Exercise and a few upgrades here and there. There isn't a huge amount in this round, so that M4 is going to be a target.
Into the defaults again for the 9 side. The CTs have a mass number of forces on that B site control. Smokes down for Jocko to try and suppress here at Electric. Hadji was boosted to look onto main. He didn't have all that much stability there. Made from Jacob to try to open up the smoke, look for the first man, did not see anything.
They're using that crack on the wall to not sponge a lot of the damage when the HE actually pops. Hades, he's almost expecting a duel to be created. As soon as he smokes clear from both Widow and from Electric, he's waiting for that jiggle. He's waiting for that overswing.
To play with. Kai is going to force forward, get a kill onto Maka. That XM overwhelmed the 5-7, still being heard there at the other side of the door. Try to hunt for the wall bang. What he can do is continuous sprays. Finally, Haji can get the pick back. There's now a rifle that Lucky can grab here. Goofy suppressing Jocko, taking him down to Electric and continuing to press on. Lucky is forced to fight. The Flames send him down into canals and dead to rights on Kyler's part. The CTs have to vacate. You can see the site in the round.
Jeez, how close was that for the bomb to get dropped out in canals? You think about that timing. Hades with the bomb coming through canals into Electric, and Lucky just peers in from window. If that duel presents itself even half a second earlier, I think that bomb gets dropped out in the open, and we could be looking at a very different round. Even out towards Electric, you're almost hoping there for the French that that 1-5-7 at least gets one kill, at least creates impact on the side to set up the retaking individuals. But when you also consider what was invested, the single M4, the upgraded XM, a couple of pistols around, you're at least still holding on to two of them, so you can still bring that XM and M4 forward.
More bonuses. And now surrounding a full buy from everybody else looking for Org. May have lost their lead for now. They can get it back when they have the buys here. What are they going to buy, though? Will they continue to hold on to that shotgun? Will they look to upgrade it for something else? Get the AWP out for Maka here. Passed off of one of his teammates. Full buy in effect for Looking for Org, and they need to get started on the CT side.
Yeah, very quickly, we've gone from 8-3 to 8-8, and I think that shows that 9 have worked very hard at the tail end of the first half and now come into the second to keep being successful. Double Electric again. One out towards mid of Lucky. The AWP being the A anchor from Pillar, hoping to try and take that first contact on a lurk.
Careful positions taken by 9 and Looking for Org. Again, they'll storm mid, which is far less aggressive on the site, on the defensive itself. Smokes down towards that temple entrance. Nades and Incendiary to try counteract and stall for time on 9. Set things up for a counter play. A second Incendiary comes through. The AWP of Maka ready for 2 out of main.
He can't get baited here. He has to find the connection. That's the only way this defense is able to survive. Now, it looks like it's going to be an A-split, but that bomb is still so far back, so this is just going to be a prod.
Lucky does find Kyler first and foremost, getting some information from the mid holds. Kai is still out there, and that bomb is yet to commit. They've got 45 seconds to try and do so, and Kai is looking for a trade desperately.
It seems like Hades wants to at least sell some level of a fake out towards B before regrouping with that bomb towards mid, trying to hold as many CTs at B as possible.
Well, Mac has hit the shot on Goofy meanwhile, so the main presence has been negated by a factor of 1. You still have Jedka there, though. When does he look to act? Even does he look to act? That bomb is still not moving up towards mid. I have a feeling that 9 might look to back off and save here.
Unless Kai gets a pick, there isn't really an avenue, is there? Kai has to try and get one. If he gets a pick, they can go.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's 9 to 8 here for the Looking for Org camp. Holding on to their advantage for the time being. Orb and the AKs. Seeing what they can do in terms of damage output. Maka posted as standard over at the E electric position. T's have made their way past it though. Focus heavily on A. Exercise has a fair amount of work to do.
Now, this is the Heaven smoke and even the flash lineup for Hades to pop. And even though A main is still re-smoked, they might either wait it out, and this is the camera smoke. This is going to be a pop A.
Molly to follow it up, flashes in as well. Exercise will get forced away from that Heaven control and given no advantage, no vision to look into the bomb site. At least he still maintained his life and will wait for backup to go for the retake.
Oh, what about this Heaven player? How much does Exercise find? Does he actually try and hold the whole way and hope that they don't clear him? Plant
secure. Jedka trying to spam him, but he doesn't take any damage. No information is given up, so it will be the full 5v5 retake. Exercise is finally revealed, but Jedka is the man to get the kill.
This actually might be a save. No way. The stand-in has got 1 kill, and that's going to cancel it. More utility going down towards camera. Exercise had to go 1 for 1 there.
And he couldn't. Indeed, meaning they're going to hold on to their guns. Money is not fantastic for Looking4Org. Had he even had that even trade, then it probably would have sent into a retake, but instead, we stand at 9 apiece. 4-9 to equalize against Looking4Org. But we will have a gun buy in the next, mostly down to the save weapons that we will have here. It also sustains another buy in the next round as well. Only Exercise needs to invest here.
And you've got to mention as well that in a lot of the setups we've seen from Looking4Org, it's featured 2 on A early round. It's kind of been Maka playing in and around the bricks position and then coming back to mid when they hear some utility, and Exercise is normally the A site anchor. In that round, it was just him. And he was in a position where, okay, he's hoping to get overlooked. He has to play defensively because he's alone. So much relies on the anchor there if you're only playing 1A.
Decent nades to start things off for Looking4Org. AWP of Maka trying to look in through that window, just kind of read him. AK's watching of Lucky, dealt with, didn't see the gun barrel of the second player, so Maka can get 1 trade and fall back, just barely escaping the ire of the T side.
A very good utility usage there from Maka. If he doesn't put that incendiary down, he's pretty much just a goner because they're going to swarm him. Or does he look for more? He might think in this scenario, because he's the only player towards mid, that AWP needs to find another and not just hold the 4v4.
Getting out of the way. Regrouping to look into that B bomb site. Smokes at the ready from Hades and Kyler. Put them up to the execution. Counter smoke. Jocko will be able to suppress it. Incendiary is back at Electric just in case. Nays to expose them, and Jocko's going to get caught off for it. Haji can try trade, and he'll keep the man advantage at an even, but the T's are broken in. Maka still gets his secondary kill. Now looking for the triple against Kyler. Exercise comes in against Goofy, so Kyler is the lone man that remains, and Maka will find his 3 to re-extend the lead here for Looking4Org.
And that's a round from Maka, and I think, Jay, that's the Maka that we both know, right? The individual that can call, but can also step up when required to multi-frag with the AWP. He gets his first pick out there towards mid. Once he loses his teammate, he gets out to the B side. Credit's got to be given to those anchors as well. Think about that counter utility as soon as the execution comes through. The re-smoke out there towards B main. The molly that goes down out to Electric. It buys time. It sets up Maka with that big green.
He puts it to fantastic effect. Now in an AWP v AWP standoff here in mid. Hades hiding behind harder cover. Similar story for Maka. Smoke in. Kai has got to back off that nade. Not reveal any information to either side. It was all about the damage, or just to throw the 9 side a little bit off there. They'll hide behind those smokes and play the leapfrog.
And this is a very important round for both of these teams. More so for 9, so they don't get reset and find themselves in economy trouble. Triple mid, with Maka potentially setting up a flash for them to swing aggro.
Kai, the lone holder of mid, hoping he can find someone around this corner at elbow or the doorway. 60 seconds. And the main T-Force has their hearts set on the A site. The utility will start coming in. It's Exercise and Maka once again on the defense. Mid will not be a concern. It's all about the main crossfire.
Now Maka could be on for another sequence. AWP's got a hit.
There's the first. Lucky caught Kai in mid. Exercise holding back towards the plat. Getting dealt with by Hades, but taking one with him. Maka set for another triple. Knows that Hades is around that corner. He's got to deal a 1 versus 4 and won't even go past the AWP v AWP. 11 on the board of Looking4Org. They've let 9 back in the mid portion of this matchup, but they are starting to take back control.
Maka again, 2 rounds back-to-back on the City side that he's got triple kills. Incredible. And do you know what I love in that setup as well is that AK doesn't swing from plat. That AK knows as long as distraction's being pulled and as long as Maka's holding my line, I can sit here for as long as possible. I can play the bait to absolute perfection. And 9, I don't think they found an answer to deal with Maka.
Now that he's hitting several multi-frag rounds in a row, that's a bad sign for 9. Second tactical call to try and figure out how, if at all, they're going to deal with it and whether or not they want to go for a force-up in this round. They're going to opt against that and go just for the upgrade pistols. Half invest, go towards the 12-9 and look for overtime.
Looking4Org are in such a good position to close this out. 2 AKs, the AWP firing, and the money in a good position. 2 rounds the difference. It should be 3. I am wondering how many players are going to drop to this kind of round, though. 9. I mean, you think back to Nuke and think about the anti-eco loss that they took. Can they do the reverse? Can they do an anti-eco win?
All 5 stacked up, looking for the big hit. Here they come. Flash is missed. Maka connects so much with that one shot. Kill plus 2 worth damage. And Jocko and Hadji can also get involved. Make it map match point for Looking4Org. 1 more round away from going to the upper bracket semis.
And it's another round away from getting yet another strong victory here in ECL. 1 more to do it. And the fact that you're not even dropping AKs in that previous round, you're not even dropping that much of a sweat in the previous round, this is closing time.
This is Looking4Org's time. The stellar squad that looked mediocre at the end of Global Offensive turned it on for CS2. Is now on to take prime position, pole position in the ESL Challenger League. The top end of the scene for such a long period of time, never cracked through the glass ceiling, never broke forward towards any major events. They've already qualified for 1, and now with how far they'll look to go in ECL, they may well look for Pro League the same as Maka has his heart set on just that goal, and his crosshair set on Kai and Kyler.
He sees no more, so they can force that rotation. Lucky's already making his way towards A to backup exercise.
AUG stands up unscoped, flash blinded, does get caught by Hades' shot. Advantage still stays with Looking4Org though. Lucky trying to get involved here. Maka's orb still set and ready for contact as Lucky takes 1 head off. A double up found. Goofy alone in the round, has to get the plant and a 1-on-3 clutch to win.
Now tap it once, try and see if he could draw them out. 1 player coming through from main, 2 to come in from camera, and they've got time and they've got util.
Molotov's into Goofy's position. He manages to evade damage. He doesn't end up giving away any info. They're aggressive. Look for Maka, catching him off. Not catching Jocko, though, and didn't see him, didn't hear a shot. No information given up till that footstep is seen. The gun barrel seen, the shoulder bait, trying to get him to take a shot, give a little bit of breathing room to the player coming in from main. That's Hadji involved. The engagements for the cross shot, able to combine together, give Hadji the closing kill in this matchup. A 13-9, a 2-1 series, and Looking4Org find themselves in the upper bracket semi-finals of the playoffs of the ESL Challenger League.
4 rounds in a row to close down that game, and now it makes the record. 14 out of the past 16 best of 3s have been won for the Looking4Org side. They're on a hot streak. They are finding some really good form right now, and you look at this series as another prime example. A very close map number 2 that came down to the fine margins. You come into map 3 and you close it.
And you dominate the upper bracket of the high group as well. 2 wins. 1 over Monty yesterday was absolutely stellar for Looking4Org. To go over 9 as well. Yes, tested at certain periods. Yes, having issues with the team with a stand-in. But ultimately, moving up to those upper bracket semi-finals for Looking4Org. They have been on a hot streak for the entire CS2 season. And they were looking to carry it forward as well. Elsewhere, Spirit also beat out Apex in the other matchup today. And they'll be looking to join Looking4Org's side.
And you just have to expect what more is going to happen. Like, I'm really excited to see what they're going to be like in the playoffs itself, because I think they've already shown that they've got the progression. They've already shown it in the Yonkaping qual. They showed it in the group stage. They've now shown it in the high group. that they are a threat. And I think realistically, if you're not considering Looking4Org to be in that conversation as one of the teams that can take that EPL spot, then you've got to be laughing to yourself, surely.
Well, at the moment, it certainly feels like it's a very strong possibility. We'll take you through the rest of the results over the course of the day as well, show you how we look at the moment in our brackets. Forza went over Saw in the mid group as Eyeballers beat out Veto, and they'll be up against each other in the upper bracket finals to try and push forward to the lower bracket of the playoffs themselves. A similar story for Movistar Riders and Paravision, who of course made their way in. Paravision, a hell of an overtime against the Aurora side. They're up in action in the lower bracket round 2 as they also continue their run to the playoffs.
Yeah, that lower bracket's going to be tough for any team. Knowing that there's only 2 spots available for the mid-group really punishes teams for not doing as well as they could have done in the group stage itself. But at the end, I think it just shows that the 2 best teams in that mid-group, they're going to show it, and they're going to show it in the playoffs itself.
We found our 2 best teams in the high group as well. Again, Looking4Org having a stellar run. You have to take your hats off to them, and I imagine that they might face some more difficulties in early matches and T-sides in the future, but they've always found a way to play from the front foot, from the back foot, and always find a way to get the victories over the course of the ECL so far. So I'm looking forward to their playoff run, mate. I think there could be some serious surprises in store for Looking4Org.
I'm very excited for them. And again, we know that we've seen this core at Tier 1 events. We just haven't seen it frequently. And I think that's maybe the difference that we've seen with Looking4Org and some of the other teams in the Tier 2 atmosphere. Your Monties and your B&Es and even sides like a 9 in certain periods of the year, right? That's what they've got to be looking for. Now coming CS2, to not get into a Tier 1 event every 6 months, every 12 months. We want to be there frequently. And I think with Yonkaping under their belt already, with the performance that we've seen from them in ECL, the goal has to be EPL. It has to be able to get back there.
I'm looking forward to see whether they can pull it off. I have a feeling they might well just be able to do so. 2 key avenues to try and make it there, and well, one of them is certainly going well. I can tell you that much for free. Looking4Org, the winners of the day, the rulers of the tournament thus far here in the ESL Challenger League. They're in the semi-finals of the playoffs. We're looking forward to see plenty more of them in the very near future. But for today, that's all we've got for you here in the Challenger League. We're going to be seeing you very, very soon for even more of those mid and lower matches. So there's plenty more action to come over the course of the weekend, especially. So we're going to bid you all adieu and prepare ourselves for our coming weeks of action. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at ESL, I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. And we'll see you back here for even more ESL Challenger League very soon indeed.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.